This is the CHamoru Land Trust Commission regular board meeting, Thursday, October 17, 2024 at 1:01 p.m. Public comments may be made at the CLTC admin@cltc.guam.gov. We are on Government of Guam Live YouTube or CLTC Facebook. Our link is meetgoogle.com wdkm-HBR. This meeting is now called to order. Everyone is present. There is a quorum. Starting with Mr. Dave Guerrero, Mr. Commissioner Earl Garita, Commissioner John Ibanez, all present. Arlene Redalia, present. Quorum is made. So certification of public notice requirements. The Guam Daily Post was October 10, 2024 and October 15, 2024. The Guam Public Notice website and the CLTC Facebook page. Minutes. Let's stand and say our approval of minutes for June 13, 2024. Need a motion to approve the minutes?
Madam Chair, I move to approve the minutes of June 20, 2024.
June 13. Oh, I'm sorry. We start with the 13. According to the agenda. Yeah.
June 13 was the publicity.
Chair second the motion to approve the minutes for Thursday, June 13, 2024.
All in favor, say
Aye.
Aye.
aye. Motion carried. Now the June 2024 board meeting minutes.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I move to approve the minutes of June 20, 2024.
You need a second?
Okay, and Madam Chair second the motion to approve the minutes for Thursday, June 20, 2024.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carried. Good afternoon, Mr. Bruce. We would like to hear your director's report.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners. The first item on the Director's report I will be discussing is our waiting list. As we all know that in the previous meeting, we discussed about commencing the lease to work process. Yesterday, we sent out the 90-day written notification via certified mail to the next 25 in line. Today, actually, we're handing out the publication that was published in the Guam Daily Post today, which is also a requirement in our lease award process. And we also reached out, the notice or the listing has been posted in our Facebook page. It also been shared with the Mayor Council of Guam President, Mayor Jesse Alec, to disseminate to the various mayors to post in their mayor's offices for their constituency. Now the group is working on the next 2020 sum. There was minimal work done on them, but now they're getting them to determine their priority status. The priority status is related to the residential applicants. So within that residential program, there's a priority 1, priority 2, and priority 3. If it's determined that an applicant may be priority 2 or priority 3, we'll be preparing a letter to inform them and having Attorney Miller review and then sending that out. And at the same time, we have another group that is identifying lots available within certain tracts of property that already have lessees within them. And also, we're working on identifying, or we've identified large tracts of property already for future leasing. And again, that will be discussed with our planner, and eventually a work request with the Department of Land Management will be prepared and sent to DLM to avail their services. But as soon as that's completed, we'll report that to the board. The second item that I have to report is in relation to the 3 demand pay letters we received from SBA. I communicated with a Mr. Bill, an attorney advisor for the U.S. Small Business Administration, inquiring about the options we have in terms of whether we are required to pay in full, bring it to current, but I have not received a response yet, but I will do a follow-up. And then the next item is, in one of the previous meetings, we reported the usage of 7055 in Chigo by Mayor Chigo. On October 11th, we conducted a follow-up inspection. We can report that, yes, the heavy equipment that were parked there has been removed, but we did identify new activity such as staging of junk cars within lot 7055. I have a meeting with Attorney Miller tomorrow to discuss other topics, but this definitely will be a topic of discussion and our way forward. Next, I provided you with some pictures that are dated from February and most recently in October, and it reflects what has been done and what hasn't been done. So clearly, the removal of the debris, the tires, the metallic waste is still there. And then on the fourth page, you'll see there's the staging of vehicles. Again, we will prepare a second notice and we will be consulting with attorney in regards to our way forward regarding this matter.
How large is 7055? Do we have an area?
Not readily available, but it's, I think it's more than 10 acres, if I'm not
Okay.
mistaken. When we provide the follow-up report, we'll ensure that we provide the aerial imagery for the board to.
And Chico Mayor's next to the baseball field? Or
This area is located right behind the bus satellite in Chile. So if you're familiar with game,
yes, yes,
it's behind it.
I see.
Does the mayor take responsibility for what occurred in the property?
Well, I believe in one of his interviews, he did make mention of it's like a continued use. So I guess previous mayors has utilized it and he continued to use it. But we will definitely be sending the mayor a second notice in regards to the activity there. We'll be exploring two other options and other potential parties that may be liable.
So the GPA power plant is not too far from this and
It's to the right.
to the right. And then the other border occupancy for GPA, same where they stored.
Correct.
Okay.
It's within the vicinity.
In that vicinity. So this is about 10 acres roughly.
10 plus acres.
And then north of this is the large tract of land trust. Is that up to,
87054.
yeah?
There's other land trust property adjacent to
Okay.
7055.
And I see there's a security gate, so the gate's been there. This is the perimeter between land trust and the mayor's office, or on the first page?
So in front of the gate is, to the right is the access to the bus satellite.
Oh, okay.
To the left is the game, the side of game.
Right, thank you, sir.
The next item we have to report is the status of the commercial submerged land license agreement with Tata Communications. We were informed that it's still routing to the Tata corporate gathering the signatures required. Hopefully we get it soon and we can route it locally. Have the chairwoman sign, the AG review sign, and also the governor. As soon as that's completed, we'll start invoicing based on landing fees and existing cable fees and all that other great stuff.
That's a 20-year extension, or,
I believe 25 years.
okay.
And just for clarification, the existing cables will start the annual fee of 100,000. And then for the cables that were landed, we'll have a fee of 100,000. And then as soon as it's operational, we'll have the annual fee of 100,000.
So the first cable that landed, is that the one that had 6 sub-cables in it, or no? This is the one that landed in Hanga?
In Hollywood, correct. So they only have 6 conduits, which is allowed by law and allowed by the land lease. So we're charging per cable.
I see. So So that's one cable out of 6 now.
That will pay 100,000. So if there's six existing cables, they'll pay 600,000. If there's only 3, they pay 100,000 per cable, which is the fee. The cables that are new, that have just landed, will pay 100,000 landing fee. And then once it's operational, we'll start 300,000 annual fee for that
Okay.
cable.
Minus the soft cable within the primary cable. Remember we discovered that there was 6?
Yeah.
I mean,
Each of the sub-cables pays $100,000.
that's in the main land cable that landed.
Yeah, I think rather than thinking about cables, think about conduits.
Conduit.
There's 6 pipes
Okay.
coming up from the ocean, and whenever they pull something through that pipe, and my understanding is 2 of the pipes already have hot cables on shore. So when you have those 2 pipes are gonna, each one of them is going to pay $100,000 a year for the next several years. And then the rent picks up a little bit each year. And then every time another cable comes on shore, fills another pipe, they pay a $100,000 fee just for bringing the cable into Guam. And then once that cable becomes hot, then the annual lease payment.
Okay. That's on the per conduit.
Yes,
Okay.
so they lay 6 conduits at a time, but then come back later and push cable through.
Understand. I remember the last meeting we had, we kind of requested or tried to get the clarification that one conduit had 6 sub-cables in. You recall that, no?
We're only worried about whatever comes through the conduit.
Understand.
You pay $100,000 to bring it on shore, and then $100,000 per year to keep it there.
And that lease contract was, it began 2000? Was it 2000? So now it's 2024 now, right? So that was up to the last 20 years.
Right, so this new license will have an effective date 10/1/2022 forward. So since it's 2024, the last 2 years,
You
the
get paid.
existing cable, they're gonna owe 100,000 per year.
And it ends at 2030? Oh, I'm sorry.
I think 2040,
Okay.
something. It's about a 25 year license.
Okay. All right, thank you, ma'am.
You can continue.
The next item is our staffing. We should be there should be announcements coming out from the Department of Administration for positions for recruitment. But this month, hopefully by the end of the month, we'll start, there'll be applicants applying. Maybe a couple of months, we'll get the packet to go through, and immediately after, hopefully we can do our selection and start creating capacity within. We anticipate a lot of work.
I see.
The extra help will be good. So,
If I may ask, you talked about personnel, on your position, has that also been looked at? Attorney Mayor, is anything preventing CLTC from actually putting out a job notification out for a position of the director for CLTC, since he's acting as acting administration? Is it part of, since you talk about personnel?
the board has the authority to hire the administrative director as it's stipulated in the act. There's nothing that, I believe there's nothing that prevents the board from doing so if that's what they choose. If I remember correctly, I think the Guam Regional Transit Authority had published a personnel recruitment ad for their executive director. And we're structured the same, governed by the board. But we can go back and definitely provide a definite answer. But I don't believe there's anything that would prevent the board from putting out an announcement for the recruitment of an administrative director.
Okay.
But we'll look into that and provide that. The next item is our website. So we wanted to provide you guys with a product. There's some minor edits and changes that are going on with our website, but, Char,
I don't have the link in. Yeah.
we'll provide a view of our website that we had been
There it
the
is.
beneficiary through funding through the Office of Insular Affairs. So we will be transitioning out of sharing or the website of the Department of Land Management, and CLTC will have their own website. So this is just like a little sneak peek of it. There's just, like I said, some minor edits that are being made, but I'm proud to let you guys know today that we will and we do have a website of our own. So our constituents will, and anybody who wants to access it can type in our URL and access directly instead of typing in DLM, looking for CLTC to combine it and all that other stuff. It's gonna be very detailed. You can see we provided some pictures already. The staff has participated in the UOG training with Dr. Barb Barber. But there'll be updates to that website. We'll be reaching out to the chairwoman for her message, and we'll include that in the website too. The forms and everything that we're doing, RFPs, procurement, budgeting, everything that's required of us will be placed on that website. So it'll be easier accessible for our constituency and anybody who wants to know about us. The website will also have the ability to support our user base type database that we're creating through the funds from the Office of Insular Affairs TAP grant. Our constituency will be able to log in with their login credentials and view all their information from anywhere, for as long as you have a username and a password, but they'll only be restricted to their own information. At the same time, the grant also allows us to get all our documents here scanned and digitized and indexed. So we'll be streamlining the process of gathering information in terms of helping the constituent. The staff won't need to be pulling out files anymore. As soon as it's completed, we can see it virtually on the computer. And you know, it's just part of our project to upgrade COTC's IT infrastructure. So we wanted to give you guys a sneak peek of what it looks like. It's not final. There's some minor edits that need to be made, but it's progress.
Good job.
Who's the administrator?
Excuse me.
Who's the web administrator?
The website was designed by Wong Webs, I believe.
So we sourced it.
Correct.
So question, for example, the ones that we submitted from post,
Look at the,
is it possible for the applicant to maybe view their names and then fill out the questionnaire or, you know, their updated address or like that?
We're working towards that. To submit, currently right now, if an applicant wanted to update their change form, they may do so and submit it through email.
Okay,
But eventually we'll get to that
that part.
part to allow them to complete it online, a self-fillable form and submit it through there. Anything that requires to be notarized, we're still gonna need the hard copy. Yeah, so far that's what our website looks like.
Good
so
job.
with the website, the creation of it, I know you have certain timeframes. Do you have an anticipation of when, because currently you're in the beginning stage, at what point will you be finalizing it, where will we go live?
It should be done by the end of the month.
So you,
It was, we took a tour of it, I think the last week of September. Then we just wanted to add some stuff, so it was just like a back and forth. But nonetheless, it's about 99.9% complete. It's just some little minor stuff that need to be changed and adjusted. And the message from the chairman, which we will be requesting soon. So that's all I have for the director's report today. If there's any questions or any concerns that you would like us to address, please let us know and we'll work through that.
Old business, Medford update.
So for the old business, Med Farm update, we've sent a work request to the Department of Land Management requesting for them to conduct a retracement and area certification. As soon as we get that, we'll be able to determine and create and prepare the invoice for Med Farm. Like we mentioned in the past meeting, we'll be assessing the fees from 2014 up into 2024. But nonetheless, Med Farm will, to my knowledge, as informed by them, will be submitting a letter of interest to commercially lease that lot. We did explain to them the process of commercial leasing. They understood, and while we're there, we'll just keep assessing that fee until it's resolved. If in the event, Med Farm has been informed that it's through a competitive bid, so if in the event they're not the successful bidder, then they're gonna have to pack up it. And they understand.
Question on the bid process. By statute, we are required, right, to lease not less than 10% of the assessed value?
Correct.
And my question is that can we, as board members, request for a lease up to 50% or 100% of the assessed value?
Just as long as it's not below 10.
Not below 10. And that we can find at GAR, our GAR reference.
It's in the
Because
chapter 75A, I believe it's subsection 75A 122.
Okay.
That's our commercial rules.
Okay, got it. So we can go up to 100% of the, do we need to have two assessment that that's the value?
So what's required of the potential lessee or the successful bidder is to obtain two appraisals, one company chosen by them and one company chosen by CLTC. So we have a running list, and then we take the two totals or the fair market value that's determined by the appraiser and take the average, and then we present that to the board. And then we work from there.
So this one is already in the process of being assessed or in the process? I mean, this particular line?
No, so
But
what
we
we
have
did
an appraisal.
for this issue was we utilized the global recycling appraisal, which is what we had in our possession. The board agreed or approved the assessment, the utilization of that and the 15% rate
Okay.
to be used, I think, which came up to like $5.70 a square meter annually.
Okay.
So what we're waiting for now is for the area certification to determine how much area they're using to charge them.
I see. Okay, just track 100, is that Charlie, 100C? Block 3, remainder? Yeah, right.
For the red part.
Yeah. So that's the amount of area that they kind of occupy? Oh,
Within the red circle, the
Okay.
clearing.
All right.
But to get an accurate area, we requested for DLM to conduct
okay. And then I can see two structures. Are those lease structures? I'm not sure.
there's leases within the area,
Okay.
but that specific lot is not
So
being.
the focus is on that circle that you're pointing out.
Okay. Okay, just 1 second. that lot is already subdivided, I mean, track 100C?
There has been I believe, a master plan for that area.
This is not the, this is the map for this, or those? I'm trying to see the subdivision map, the one that had a subdivision in the back.
There's another,
I'm looking at the,
subdivision master plan.
see that easement? Yeah. I see there's a buffer zone, or, no, this is not in the future buffer.
I
There,
believe,
yeah, go ahead, down somewhere. Where's this property at, on that subdivision? It's just to verify. I'm not sure. Like Met Farm and then the lot that Met Farm occupied.
I believe the Med Farm building is located on,
Where's Met Farm? I mean,
The Met Farm building is that lot, 217 lot 5,
oh,
correct?
this one. So Met Farm is.
217 lot 5, correct?
So what acting administrative director is basically saying is that on the back end is where the area of concern is, and that's government land. When they do that centric report or the aerial, then they'll be able to determine exactly how much of that government land it's being in violation or being utilized. From there, they'll make the determination of the percentage of, based on the appraised value of that area. So right now, it don't look like it's subdivided, it's still one full lot, right?
Yeah, that's lot 1, track 217.
It's the,
Yeah.
So on the bottom.
this is the Med Farm.
Oh, that's Met Farm. And where's the property that they occupy? Oh, below that. Okay. That one doesn't show the area, right? The one, okay.
Track 100.
My question is that, do we have a tax row on this one?
We can verify.
Or ribbon tax that would show the, at least the fractional value, right? That's
Correct.
assessed by the revenue tax.
Correct. If not that specific lot, because if it's not leased, there won't be any tax assessment, but
Correct.
within the adjacent lots, we can figure it out.
Okay. All right. Okay, thank you. Thank you, madam.
So that's the update for the Med Farm. We're just waiting on the DLM to complete retracement and the area certification. But nonetheless, Med Farm will be the one to shoulder the expenses for that service provided by DLM.
Bill 179-37.
Excuse me, can I interrupt? But I got a big issue about this because I'm kind of pissed off, man, because I tried since 1996, right? And then I keep falling off and they keep sending pending. And then I found out my two brothers, okay, we died at the same time. They gave them to me. And then when I went back to pending, I came back and they deny it because and I got proof here that I'm some more. I got old man, sisters here. I got, you
I'm
know.
sorry,
And no, wait, ma'am.
I'm sorry,
You know,
but
I have a right to be here. I'm at CHamoru.
yes, you
But
can be
I
here,
got to do
but you come under public comments. We
Well,
can't-
I don't know, but right now, you know, this is not fair, you know, I'm tomorrow and then, and I got to, when the governor comes in, you give the people their own freaking land, and it's all public, and then they deny me.
We're not
Did
telling,
we, you know?
we're not telling you to leave, sir. Sit down.
No, it's okay, but this is so bullshit, man. They give it
I,
You know, I'm sorry for my language, but I got two. I got proof that they gave my brother, right here, I got it, that they gave him and he gave me. You know, and I got all the brother they gave him and we paid the same time, man, I got two, because political, eh, political. I got two. So, I'm not.
we apologize. We continue.
You can continue.
In your packet, you'll find the amended Bill 179-37. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, the amendments that were added was everything on Resolution 2024-001. Please note that after we reviewed the resolution, we discovered that the lot number is incorrect. So there was another issue with the resolution that wasn't identified when the first issue was brought up. But we're here today, as mentioned in your letter, CHamoru, regarding to the Speaker and to Senators Augustine, to afford the board the opportunity to discuss the amended bill. Whatever the board would like us to do, to make note of, or to prepare a response, that's all up to the board. We'll take note of you guys' discussion, if there's any decisions made, however you want us to transmit it, whether it's through a resolution, we just need to be told so, and we'll prepare the documents that are needed.
So currently that resolution that you have in the past has been rescinded, is that correct?
So what happened initially was, when the resolution was submitted, we had withdrew or rescinded the resolution due to the error. When the error was corrected, we did inform the legislature of the correction, or we provided the motion summary. Today, or even prior to today, we've discovered that the lot number was wrong when we went back to review it. But today we're here to discuss the amended bill, 179-37. And as we're going through it very quickly, I believe that all the amendments made to the bill is all the requests within the resolution, which is 2024-001.
So the concern I have is that resolution that they're referencing, has it been rescinded, or it's incorporating into the new correction of this bill?
The section 2, under now therefore being resolved, do you have a copy of the resolution?
Yeah.
We'll provide a copy.
So that was previously approved by the fire commissioners.
It was approved by the commission, then at the public hearing, we requested to rescind the resolution due to the technical error.
But yet they still added that, whatever's in the resolution, into this corrected,
The amended.
the amended bill.
So I know I was reading here, it talked about the clubhouse.
Yeah, so that's the concern I had, right, was if this was rescinded, but yet you're incorporating into the amended bill, what effect would that have if this has already been rescinded? Because we agreed not to, there's some technical issues, we rescinded it out, but yet they still incorporated into this correct, amended. At what point are we gonna say, or look at it and say, well, it needs to go back, or are we gonna, as a board, as a commission, are we gonna agree to what was originally submitted and say, yeah, this is true, correct, or just clarification?
Well, that is what this particular agenda item seeks to address. the legislature takes a wide variety of input from a wide variety of actors, and decides for themselves. When 8 of them agree, that language goes into a bill, you know, and so whether your resolution was official or unofficial or rescinded or not rescinded, the legislature doesn't really care. It's input, and they, 8 of them have chosen to act on that input and incorporate it in the bill. But since the bill has yet to come up for a vote, you have a continuing opportunity to provide, you know, additional input, draft additional resolutions, write letters, however you wish to pursue.
Did the legislature give a time frame of when they'll be having a public hearing this, or discussing this?
The public hearing has
Has
already
already
occurred.
been, right.
They're in the, I guess they met it at the hall, session in the hall or something. So it's up for debate and voting now.
Because it was originally set aside from the last session.
Right.
So you are free to, you know, act collectively, act individually, pass resolutions, write letters, however however you wish to communicate, either individually or as a body, your views on the bill as it exists now, and what if any provisions you'd like to see in the bill before they take their final vote. And now is the opportunity to offer, for individual commissioners to offer their thoughts on how the commission should provide continuing input to the legislature on the bill.
Just for clarification, is it the first, second, third, the fourth? Is that where the error is at, on the fourth
Yes,
paragraph?
yes.
Yes. So it should be 10122-12, but the resolution says 1022-12.
And on the bill, it's on section 2, or? They already transcribed it right, to the bill, and they corrected the number?
The lot number in the bill, the first page is correct, but for the amended bill, like I mentioned earlier, it's just, I believe they took the section 2 of the amendments to the lease. For example, like the 5 hectares, there's on page 3, line 25, it talks about 5 acres surrounding the GICC clubhouse.
But the first, line 3 on page 1 is 1022?
Line 4. On the resolution, it says 1022-12.
Right, and then on the bill, it references the same 1022, that, and it should be 10122?
What page?
10122.
Right, it should be 10122,
Yeah.
or 10122. Okay,
And this one,
also I have,
122. This is
the
the
bill I
one.
have. So that's the correct one?
This is the,
I don't have that. Oh,
I think we have to clarify.
So you have 2 bills in your
Yeah.
packet.
okay, okay.
The second one, the thicker, is the amended.
All right, got it, I apologize.
As substituted on the
There
floor.
we go, okay, so that's the correct one. What is,
I don't know if it was,
179 37.
The version that indicates as substituted on the floor
Just to correct.
This,
is the
The
version
version.
that the legislature is currently considering.
So it's 10122-12.
right.
so legally, that's okay? That's good, counsel?
Sure.
They corrected it. So, Acting Director Cruz, if I may inquire, with this is with GICC, this bill that's coming out for legislature's review. Um, For GICC, you have an existing lease. Can you give us an update on the status of that lease? Because this has a big effect on how we should look at a lot of these areas.
Currently, GICC still has an accounts receivable balance. If I'm not mistaken, I believe just a few days ago, not a little further, I think it was in the amount of $500 some thousand dollars, or $500,000.
Now, that's the receivable is 500 up to present time?
Correct.
Okay. Now, when you look at the accounts receivable, have they been making payment? What was the last payment they made?
They've been making payment, they've been in compliance with the payment arrangement that was previously approved, that they make the normal monthly payment of 24,044.08, I think that's the exact amount, to include a payment towards their arrears, although there wasn't any amount towards the arrears that was given, but they would have to pay it in full by 2026, which was the three-year period. Just, I believe, February of this year, I think it's February, their monthly rent rate increased due to escalation. So I think we're assessing out $26,000 and some $100 a month.
And they continue to make their payments on time.
So far.
And do you know how much it goes into the arrears based on your receivable?
It varies, because sometimes they pay $42,000 a month, sometimes they pay, normally they pay like $42,000 a month, so whatever the regular monthly payment is, less from the 42. It varies between 5,000 and 10,000 maybe sometimes.
And that goes into the receivables.
Correct.
So by that time, they have 3 years, which is 2026.
I believe up to 2026 they have to pay in full. Unless the board discusses the amended Bill 179 and chooses to do otherwise. And if they don't comply with their payment arrangement, then immediately we'll present it to the board for termination for non-compliance of their payment arrangement. But like mentioned by Attorney Miller, if the board would like any other amendments to
No.
the existing,
Well, the concern is that they are still having arrears right now, right? About 500,000, but they continue to make the payment, but yet you have a proposal here that they're gonna pay upfront, what, 9 million?
and that's the highest.
That's the highest end, 79 million to the highest end. Now, are they financially stable to bring this account current?
We have not been provided any financial statements, any performance statements, any type of financial statements for us to review, to try to assess their financial capability.
Because the money is coming from somewhere, and that's where we're trying, the bill's coming in, so we gotta make sure that we're able to assess that area and decide whether they can make that 900. Because it's a upfront,
Within 30 days, I think.
and then you got the upfront cost of whether GPA will give them that purchase agreement for solar, and that, I'm not too sure what the status is on that as well. Whether that went out for bid or not,
I believe the bill, there's a lot of contingencies, whether they are successful in the bidding process, then they will pay 10%, and then within 30 days, I believe, the balance, and all that other stuff. So it's really, this will happen if we're successful in this So if they're not successful, then really everything in this bill is only good on the paper it's written on. It won't go any further than that.
But they still have an existing P note with CLTC.
Correct.
So, we do not know when this will be put on the session.
For further discussion, we don't know.
And then you got the election coming up in November. Then, Madam Chair, I know we have, I saw your letter to Honorable Speaker Terlai. Did she give an intent of when a decision needs to be made on our review of this bill?
No, she has not mentioned.
Would it be possible to call an executive session to discuss this more thoroughly?
I don't think we can do that.
Yeah, the executive session is really restricted to certain things, whether it's employment or litigation.
Guam law limits closed sessions to questions about litigation and employment contracts, and we are obligated to provide prior notice of a pending executive session, so that's not something we can do today.
But today we can take note of, if you guys.
So, I mean, for example, this is me trying to read your mind. If the commission wished staff to write their lessee a letter and simply, ask them, you know, please explain to us what your anticipated timeline is for moving forward with your solar plans, and give us some assurance that you can pay for it. I mean, we can write that letter and just see how they respond. I mean, there's nothing, we don't have to deal with the legislature. If you want us to, you know, write your tenant a letter.
Well, this is true, because you got some unanswered questions as well, because you got GIC coming in for proposing this solar power. But are there also, I'm not sure what the lease looks like, and I have not looked at the lease, whether they can sublease it to another company, which then brings in this 9 million. I'm not too sure how that lease is structured, because again, you have still got a lot of unanswered questions on, and I haven't seen that lease.
I mean, we can ask all the questions you want us to ask. If the letter's gonna go out on commission letterhead, it's whatever questions three of you would like us to ask. Well, with 3 votes.
I don't believe the verbiage in the current license allows for sublease.
Okay, so then you have a change of ownership? Is that what?
It would be like an asset acquisition. We don't know.
We don't know how the current lessee will morph into a solar power generator.
Mr. Nover,
So- Good.
when?
Right, if that's the case then, because this is up for our review,
Nothing set in stone.
nothing true, but we still can pose some questions out to GICC. Madam Chair, if I make give authorization, or have you give authorization to produce a letter out to GICC with our concerns, so that we can at least have a clearer picture of what the intent is for GICC, which basically, if the lease doesn't provide for a sublease, or we need to basically understand how this 9 million is gonna come about, or the proposed amount that they're planning on paying. There's still a lot of questions in terms of, you know, whether we need to, before this transaction can take place, can we have them pay up the full balance up in full? You still got that area of concern. You got the valuation of the land itself to determine whether that's a feasible situation.
If I may add to Commissioner Van's concerns he had mentioned is detailed in the bill. So like, for example, if to pay the arrears, I believe within 30 days or something
Right,
like
section
that.
9, section 9 of
Yeah,
Yeah,
the
So-
Upon approval of a contract with GPA.
correct. But if the board's position is that, the board wants GICC to pay it in full, in much lesser time, then, like Attorney Miller had mentioned, this is the time to state your concerns, or your desires to amend the current bill. Because more than likely what will happen is if this bill becomes law, there's nothing we can request of to accelerate the arrears payment, because the law says within 30 days, or whatever the case may be, or if, because they're awarded the power supply through whatever bid of GPA, if that doesn't happen, then, you know, we go back to where we're at today, where through their payment arrangement. So, again, if the board wants to discuss amongst you guys today and come up with some amendments, then
Madam Chair, if I may, this is a very lengthy, it's gonna take some time for us to go in and propose, review it and make some comments. Would it be possible to call another session within the time allowable where we can focus strictly on this bill? That provides the opportunity, and that provides everybody else the opportunity to not wait longer, where we can move this into maybe whatever the law says that we have to give proper notice, and our focus would be strictly on this bill. Madam Chair, if I may make a motion for that,
Sure,
to call a,
you can take it up on the next meeting.
well, the next meeting is in November, but can we call another meeting within the time allowable? Would that be November 1st? Because you have the next meeting on Thursday, right, the fourth Thursday of the month?
Right.
So November,
maybe like the second week of November.
third Thursday of the month?
Don't we have a work session before this?
If you call it a work session, I'm not sure what the term is.
No, we
but-
just have a
It's
video.
just during the work session, no decisions can be made. You guys can discuss, go back and forth about it, but nonetheless, when a decision needs to be made, and concerning effort, it has to be in the board.
So at least we can decipher what we want to do on 1794 next month.
Before the-
Because next month, once this bill's in session, then it'll be late again for us to submit to,
And the next board meeting will be when?
third Thursday of November.
That's the
Yeah, but I
15th,
think that's
21st.
Thanksgiving.
21st?
If,
Maybe December,
No, you can put, I
and then
mean,
Christmas,
this-
and then maybe we'll try.
you could push it
January.
you could push the meeting up, right?
we
Or does it have to
have
be
more
like-
than one meeting in a month.
So would it be, yeah, so with November 21st being the official meeting, and then taking consideration for Thanksgiving, if you push that meeting back to the 28th for November board meeting, but then you've got a separate meeting strictly for this bill.
How's October 30th?
And, Halloween?
31 is Halloween.
Can, maybe if we can consider like November 7th, if we're only gonna put one item on the agenda, then,
Well, why don't we just make this meeting, we go into recess,
can do
Right.
that too.
Yeah.
Well,
and then come back November 7th.
That's, we can do that too.
I just,
A succession meeting,
well, you got some constituents here to do, so we're,
No, on this particular.
yeah, so we move this.
We're not doing a recess right now, just to table this until
Rather than adjourn at the end of
this session.
this agenda, we will recess to November 7th. so we don't have to post another meeting and go through all of that.
We just continue.
Continue, and I got a legal question to ask. May we ask this group to reveal the list of partners that are going to be involved in the development of the solar?
Those will be discussed in that,
Madam Chair, I mean, you can ask any questions you want to.
yeah.
Okay, roger that.
So that's the reason why we're trying to see if we can call a meeting strictly for this.
So is that something you want us to inquire, the shareholders or listing of shareholders? But
Company name,
we are going to assume that the response, we just have to word our request properly, because currently, the lease is only with GICC. They may only respond with the shareholders of GICC. Maybe we can expand it to any potential partnership with another company or everybody involved within this project. I mean, I'm just saying, just because, but if you would like for us to inquire of the shareholders or ownership of any company that will be involved in that, we can word it like that. Not only GICC, but everybody else.
You know, generally, right, we started, just to recap on the history of how we got here, is that GICC was in arrears at about 900,000. And then we came and we had a consensus to have them produce a payment plan. So now from 900, we're down to 500. So what I understand, and please correct me if I'm out of order with this one, is that our business is to make sure that they're following the pay down. I know now we're getting into the weeds with who are the investors going to be, are going to start, so. But we'll discuss that during our work session.
Madam Chair, may I say something for the record, please?
go ahead.
Good day, Madam Chair, board members, COTC staff, legal, Norman Miller, and the audience. I stand to voice my views for quantifying the conversion of a municipal golf course to a solar farm. It involves several key steps and consideration. Here's a structured approach to assess the feasibility and impact. 1, site assessment. Land area, a calculation of the total area of the golf course that can be utilized for solar panels. That would be under the developer and regulating agencies. Sunlight exposure, an analysis of the amount of sunlight a site receives. Solar insolation using solar maps or on-site measurements. That again will be under the developer and regulating agencies. Solar energy potential, system size, determine the size of the solar installation in megawatts based on available land and energy needs. That also is developer and regulating agencies. Energy production, use solar production calculators or software like PV watts, which is calculating solar watts, to estimate the annual energy outputs, kWh, based on location, system size, efficiency. That also is developer and regulating agencies that will have oversight on that. 3, economic analysis, capital costs, estimate the cost of installation including parcel, panels, inverters, mounting structures, and labor. That would be solely at the expense of the developer. Operational costs, consider ongoing maintenance, insurance, and potential land lease payments. That would be on the back of the developer also. Revenue generation, calculate the potential revenues for selling electricity to the grid or local users. In our case, it would strictly just be the grid. And any taxes, incentives, or rebates available for solar energy projects. That would be the developer and regulating agencies. Return of investments, analyze the payback period and long-term financial benefits. That would be on the developer. 4, environmental impact, carbon offset, estimate the reduction in greenhouse gas emissions compared to the to traditional energy sources. That would be the developer and regulating agencies. Biodiversity impact, access potential effects on local wildlife and vegetation, as well as any mitigation strategies. That would be the developer and regulating agencies. Community impact, public opinion, gauge community support or opposition which may affect project viability. That would be the developer and community, and they have done that already with the village of Dededo. Job creation, estimate the number of jobs created during the installation and maintenance phases, developer and regulating agencies. Regulatory considerations, permitting, identify necessary permits and regulation at the municipal, state, and federal level. That would be developer and regulating agencies. Zoning, check zoning laws to ensure solar farms are permitted in the areas. That would be developer and regulating agencies. Long-term planning, infrastructure, evaluate the existing electrical infrastructure and any upgrades needed for integration. That would be in the backs of the developer and regulating industries. Future scaling, consider potential for expansion or additional renewable energy project. That would be in the developer and regulating agency. In summary, by systematically evaluating these aspects, we can quantify the potential benefits and challenges of converting a municipal golf course into a solar farm. Engaging with stakeholders, including local government, community members, and solar energy experts who can provide additional insights and support for the project. The majority of these responsibilities are inherent in the developer, EPA, GPA, and other regulatory agencies. I believe our job is to evaluate the feasibility of the proposal for the conversion and the risks that may be incurred by CLTC. Earlier, we have reached consensus on the merits of this transition based on the future cost savings to the Guam electric ratepayers. We weighted the merits and the demerits of the original proposal. Have we determined the final details? No, we have not. I classify this determination as a work in progress. The original presentation was a starting point for open negotiations. As stated earlier, this is work in progress. All our decisions forthwith will be guided with the Assistant Attorney General feedback and recommendation. In closing, the decision of the conversion is at the discretion and purview of the CLTC board, whereas a condition for the transitions are the oversight of the regulating authorities. I stand and remain of the support that we currently have. Should we base our concerns on advantages that will affect a small group of 1,000, or that would benefit tens of thousands, which is our local ratepayers? Hailing the benefits of a small group over a much larger group, we must venture and see what this may come. That's it.
Madam Chair, may I make a suggestion? If, perhaps if Commissioner Garrido will enter that written statement in the record, staff can take his written statement, turn it into a draft letter from the commission to your lessee, and then at the next meeting, you'll have a draft letter in front of you, and you can debate which data points you want to ask and which you don't want to ask.
So enter.
Any else, anyone else?
Just a point of information, our risk here is basically already paid for if we maintain the pay down. If they don't accomplish the pay down, then it's subject to
Eviction.
So that's the risk we have now. If we do engage in public law 17937 becomes a public loan, and they pay in advance for 30 years, that risk also is removed from our responsibility because we're basically just leasing the property. We have no risk in the 200 or 300 million that's gonna be put on top of the property. At least that's on the, that part.
I wouldn't say you have no risk.
Minimal risk because we don't. we're not-
Well, for example, a data point that Commissioner Brito's letter did not bring up is there is discussion that they intend to locate batteries, incorporate batteries as part of this project. Those batteries are just big boxes full of chemicals. If something bad were to happen to one of those boxes, those chemicals are gonna contaminate your land, and you're gonna have to deal with the contamination.
Containment.
So there's a little bit of risk.
That's a lot of risk. It's right on top of 9 water wells of the one water works. And again, talking about risk and investment, right? We do convert the 198 acres to quarter acre or down to 500 square meters, right? Then we'll be benefiting our constituents about maybe about 1,200 lots. For constituents, we may lose on the cash flow, which is $1 a year for 1,200. But the cash flow, well, there's no participation rate for the cash flow that they're gonna be producing, which is about 17 cents a kilowatt. We have no share in that one. That's where we basically kind of lost on this negotiation, because if I knew back then what I know now, after doing a research on this one, this resolution would have a different language in it. But I have to admit I was not well versed with the solar farm operation until I visited the KEPCO solar farm down in Manila, and I went in and examined their operation from the production, control, and distribution that I now understand the lucrative operation of a solar farm. And the risk is there, but your profit margin is about 30 to 35%. If you invest 200 to 300 million, so if in 3 to 5 years you get your investment back, and everything else is gravy on the mashed potato. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Ibanez, you have any comments on Mr. Commissioner Garrido?
Well, a lot of the comments can be, he brings up some great points, but in terms of addressing this bill, the 17937, I think the concern would be whether we can have that meeting so we can fulfill a more clear picture of what intent we want to do as a commission, incorporating his letter into that, so that we can address everything at one point.
So, if the board would like, and if we should choose, the board should choose to recess today, we probably, if the board would agree or accept, we can have a continuation on October 25th, which is next week, so, because we won't have to follow the publication requirements of 5 days and 48 hours and all that, because it's gonna be a continuation meeting, so next week, Friday. If that's sufficient time for the board to review and come up with their concerns or anything they would like us to provide the legislature with in regards to Bill 179-37. If you guys should choose so, then we can table this item until we continue the.
And then we'll go to item C on the agenda? Or-
Yeah.
Okay.
Correct.
Well, I make a motion, Madam Chair, to take,
Can we do it on Monday, the
Next week?
following Monday?
the 21st or 21st.
No,
28.
28?
yeah.
I believe so. Okay with it. We just need to also request for PBS to be, I believe so. I think that should be in. So I guess we can discuss the next, if you guys should choose to go into recess at the end of the meeting.
Okay,
Okay, so for the 28th,
The date will be discussed at the
at
end.
the end.
I'll see. Okay, so we're gonna table this and move to C.
Motion to table this.
Okay, make a motion to table item number 2, Bravo, or B, I'm sorry. 5, old business, B, Bill 179-37. Table Bill 179-37. Yeah.
Take a vote. Second.
Okay.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye. Okay,
And I would also give you this.
okay.
Lot 7161-R1, Upland Low 35-125.
That one we lost in relation to lot 7161-R1, which was formerly utilized by the Farm Racing Federation and formerly known as the Cabo Memorial Park, I believe. As of today, it's listed on the agenda as 35-125, but there was an error in terms of the correspondences between the legislation and the government. This document that you just handed to you is the
37.
correction. You can get it.
37-125.
We just received the proposal from the Lawn Motorsports Association. We're gonna print it out and pass it to the board. There's Mr. Adek present and Mr. Jones, Jeff Jones and Jay and Jeff Jones. If the board would like them to come to the table and speak.
Oh, before they do, can we have the,
Yes, they're printing it out. It's a 27-page.
I think what we could do is have them speak and listen to what they have to say, and then pursue them on quarterback any questions to get time to actually digest what they're proposing. Because we just received it as of today, so you're not gonna have enough time to actually go through the whole point. My recommendation is to have them just speak up, give their point of view, and then pose questions to later till we have a chance to go into more depth with their proposal.
So if the board would like to hear the proposal, and
okay, fine.
you can sign in and state your name.
I'm Hans Zada, President of Guam Motorsports Association. Jeff and Jay Jones, Guam Motorsports Association members.
Good afternoon or good morning. Good afternoon.
Are we able to pull this up on the monitor, the business plan? It's on the CLTC app.
Are you going to?
So I agree with Commissioner Hernandez, it's a lot to go over. We want to be respectful and efficient with your time. So what we'll do is we'll kind of cover some of the main points of the business proposal. We just have to pull it up because there's some images that would be important for Director Cruz and Council Miller to see as well.
Just give us a couple of minutes. And get us a copy.
Did you want the license agreement as well to be
Just the business proposal.
described?
There you go. Okay, so what you're looking at now is the first chapter is the executive summary. The second chapter is a financial pro forma. It was requested that there was 5 years of statement provided. So if you could scroll down a little bit. We could go to page 5, or page 4, rather. Scroll up. Is this go? Okay, there we go. So I'll briefly go over the mission statement. Guam Motorsports Association is a nonprofit organization dedicated to promoting motorsports as a tool for youth development, community engagement, and STEM. We aim to inspire individuals from underserved, underrepresented communities to engage in motorsports, build technical skills, and cultivate leadership and teamwork abilities that can be applied both on and off the track. Our mission is to provide a safe and controlled environment where sport enthusiasts can safely practice and participate in various competitive events and activities while also benefiting the broader community by hosting active lifestyle events. Problem: Guam Raceway Park is closed. Who does this problem affect? Guam motorsports enthusiasts, cyclists, runners, public roadways, and public motorists. What are the causes of the problem? Guam does not have any other recreational facilities that are capable of hosting motorsports activities. There's no other drag strips or anything of that such on the island. What is the impact and why is it important to fix? If the Raceway Park permanently closes, the community of Guam will experience negative impacts such as public road injuries, fatalities due to illegal street racing, which unfortunately has already occurred, motorsports injuries such fatalities due to exercising activities in a non-controlled environment, which the Raceway Park requires proper safety protocols and equipment to practice or compete. Off-road vehicles have resorted to trespassing and utilizing public and private land and will continue to develop trails in areas not designed or permitted for such activities, which results in natural landscape destruction and erosion. Motorsports events, such as car shows, have relocated to public parking lots, which are not designed to host such events and can possibly result in injuries, fatalities, which negatively impacts the Department of Parks and Recreation. Local businesses that are supported by the motorsports activities running in cycling industries will and are experiencing the negative impacts of the Raceway Park no longer operating, resulting in job losses, GRT and income tax revenue decreases, and a reduction in number of types of recreation activities. Solution: GMA is ready to volunteer and give back to the community by opening and operating the Raceway Park. We are here to meet Chamorro Land Trust Commission's needs and agree to lease to a lease that demonstrates our priorities are to be responsible and respectful stewards of CLTC land. There will be no mineral extraction. Our priority is to use what is available for the sole purposes of facilitating our passion and experiences. CLTC gave the motorsports community the opportunity to exercise our passions, and GMA is here to honor that opportunity. Our priorities are to provide maximum financial value to CLTC that provides maximum financial contributions to the CLTC infrastructure fund by utilizing an appropriate and feasible financial plan for a nonprofit which does not generate revenue 365 days a year, on-time payments, maximum acreage on valuable locations in lot 7161-R1 while safely operating the raceway park activities. Percentage of admission revenues for promotional events. And then we could skip to the next page. The important one also is vision. So what do we want to do differently here? Keep going. There you go. Scroll up just a little bit. So vision. Our vision is a community benefit raceway park. So our priorities are to increase access, inclusivity, preserve CHamoru culture, and share our passion, which has positively impacted us and pass these experiences down to future generations. This will provide an experience to all people of Guam, Chamorros, Tamales, military, temporary residents, visitors, tourists, everyone. An opportunity to experience and participate that is free or affordable, experiences without cost barriers, motorsports is expensive, to enter our community, or entry to our community members, a culture of safety and situational awareness. So one of the cool things that I was excited about, a couple ideas, is the idea of nature trails. So kind of like in the States where you have like national forest parks, where everything is very well guided from the entry of the park to the trailhead and how to navigate throughout the raceway. There's considerable amount of acreage on 7161-R1 that is conservation area that can't develop their species, protected species on there, like Ufahalantanum, fat egg trees, other species on there. So what we would like to do is we would have guided signage from the entry, the main entry, over to a parking area / trailhead. Mountain biking, that's something that Guam doesn't have a designated mountain biking area. This is also something that can be ridden on year-round. If you go down to places like Leo Palace in that area, these aren't designated areas. That's going to erode the land, or it's not going to be permitted. You want to have this in a controlled environment where it's designed to have these types of activities. And also, just the nature of that area is that you could do it year-round. It doesn't have to be Palace. If it's rainy season, it's really hard to do that, in that area. An open path. It's common in the racetrack facilities or recreational exercises and marathons that the raceway park is an excellent facility for a community of Guam to walk, run, and bike on. So here's a quote from Jigo Mayor. The walking path known as Andy South behind Jigo Fire Station was closed down 5 years ago. Since then, a lot of village residents reached out to me requesting to see if we can open up a walking path in Jigo, but there's not an available area for that. I feel that the Raceway Park is a great area for a walking path and nature trails for our village residents to come out and exercise and bring their kids out to learn how to ride a bike in a safe environment. I'm hoping the Guam Motorsports Association will open the Raceway Park, and we can give back to the community of Jigo because we really need this walking path. So things like going up and down the drag strip, since that's only operated a few days out of the week, that we could have basically an Andy South thing where people that may not want to go on nature trails, they could go down a clear path, and that would be pretty cool. It seemed like Andy South was very popular. Next page, Guam Raceway Park will facilitate motorsports activities such as motocross, drag racing, drift, autocross, car shows, off-road racing. One of the big impacts is that car shows are held in areas like Paseo. That puts a lot of pressure on Department of Parks and Rec and other locations, and those departments have requested we need to have this in a controlled environment, an area that's designed to do this, because they like to have burnout competitions. It's just dangerous. Things could get out of control if it's not in an area that's properly designed to host those types of activities. Other Guam Raceway Park will also facilitate other activities such as non-motorsports competitive activities, including obstacle course running, trench mud runners, endurance mountain bike racing, bus and truck driver training, government vehicle training, military training, youth development program, established comprehensive motorsports training program that offers hands-on experience in racing, mechanical work, and team management for youth from underserved communities. There's a few other things in there, but I want to move quickly. If you scroll down to the next page, Raceway Park activities. So this is an excellent representation of what goes on this 252 acre lot. It's going left to right, so what you're seeing is basically on the left is south, right is north, how it's oriented, but that gives you an idea of all the different trails that take place on this, a lot of activities. A lot of it is compressed towards the southern half of the Raceway Park, and every single area on the southern portion of the raceway is some form of a discipline taking place on this lot. If you scroll to the next page, so are you able to zoom in slightly? Okay, can everyone see this? So this is in red is the border of lot 7161-R1, the 252 acre lot. So this gives you an idea of the size and how it's oriented north to south. So if you scroll down to the next page, so below is the proposed map. In purple is the CLTC portion. This includes 100 acres of prime frontage to develop for gas stations, convenience stores, etc. Significant amount of cleared land and the entire northern section. Below shaded in green is the proposed Raceway Park portion, 150 acres. The drag strip in southern half is efficiently packed with all the motorsports raceway facilities, covered that. And then the eastern portion that extends north is all reserved for conservation, which contains protected species. So this is where hiking and biking trails. So if you see this area, so this would be very ideal. This entire over 15 acre section would be very ideal to develop for gas stations and convenience stores, anything like that. And this whole purple is proposed CLTC portion. And then all of this right here is conservation area. And actually this is conservation area too. So you see how the track is kind of going around it, which we could have developed that in the past. And then just the whole entire northern section, we wanted to propose that for CLTC. Here, this is all open and clear. This would be excellent for like lay down yards and warehousing to develop the types of facilities like that. So it gives you an idea of what we're proposing. Safety, on the next page, please. Our priorities promote a culture of safety. The Raceway Park provides a controlled environment that not only fosters competitive spirit, but also emphasizes the vital importance of safety protocols and training. GMA members have professional racing experience, which provides an understanding of vehicle dynamics and race equipment safety. This is crucial when anticipating motorsports hazards and implementing safety protocols such as restricted areas, proper signage, experienced safety techs, enforcing safety tech, situational awareness, barriers. We will implement training programs with Fast Care, local company, to educate GMA members and track volunteers about first aid and emergency response measures. Members and volunteers will have access to first aid equipment. Before events take place, members, volunteers, racers, etc. will be required to participate in trackside meetings about the raceway event, and which will include safety protocols and emergency response plans. For large GMA events, we will include the GMO Fire Department to ensure that the appropriate services are on standby. So things like smoking wheels, those large events, we'll make sure that we have a dedicated ambulance and fire truck there. Drag strip safety improvements. This was mentioned by Attorney Miller to give a plan for how we plan to address some of the safety concerns on the drag strip. So when you look at it from Route 15, it looks crazy. It's this huge peninsula sticking out of the earth. So if you're on the drag strip, you kind of get the idea. I don't know if anyone's been on the drag strip here, but the drag strip has over 1,500 feet of an increasing grade for race vehicles to slow down after crossing the finish line. That's ample slowdown area for the vehicles to slow down. Now, in the event of an extreme operator error or mechanical failure or anything, and the car hooks it to the left or whatever, GMA will install modular barriers with varying energy absorbing characteristics. This will provide the necessary phases of slowing down and stopping race vehicles from exiting the drag strip course in an emergency scenario. So first stage would be things like plastic and water, so like a water-filled jersey barrier. And then after that, like a concrete K-rail to physically stop the vehicle from exiting the race course. We could skip down all the way down to who's Guam Motorsports Association. This is on page 1620. Yeah, 16. There you go. So, yeah, we're a whole bunch of professional motorsports enthusiasts, business owners, operators, and community organizers who have backgrounds in event management, nonprofit operations. Each member has experienced the positive impacts of motorsports, and our mission is to share the experience with the community of Guam. We all have donated our sweat equity, resources, or finances, and have prioritized passion over profit. Myself as chair, John Birch Jr. as vice chair, Michael Antiaco as treasurer, Christina Conger as secretary, Joey Crisosimo as members. Our other members are Joey Crisosimo, Jennifer Camacho, Jeffrey Rios, Tim Linden, Ryan M. Castro, Jeff and Jay Jones. Financial plan, next page. Through volunteer and in-kind contributions, corporate sponsorship, and community collaboration, we aim to offer free experiences for the community of Guam, low-cost fees for Guam racers to effectively keep them off the streets, recreational activities that promote personal development, active lifestyles, community bonding with a supportive atmosphere, other revenue streams, grants. We have applied for federal, state, and private foundation grants that support youth development, diversity, and education, individual donations, launched a crowdfunding campaign and secured donations through a dedicated website, program fees. While most programs will be free, a nominal fee could be charged in advance for training and competition participation, fundraising events, host annual events such as motorsports competition or galas to generate funds. Revenue streams. So what I did was, next page, I did just a very basic breakdown of our pro forma. So this will make it a little bit easier to understand. So annual memberships, motocross, drift, auto, cycling. You all see that their motocross is 4,000, drift 2,000, autocross 2,000, cycling federation actually could be 2,500 on an annual basis. Total entry fees per year. Drag racing generates roughly about 15,000 a year. Drifting, 2,400 a year. Motocross, roughly 8,000 a year. Autocross, 3,600 a year. So these are the fees that you pay when you arrive at the raceway. You pay for your practice, your qualifying, your racing, the entire event. This is the total that these different disciplines generate annually. Total event admissions per year, 10,000. Total corporate sponsorship per year, 30,000. And then this one is important, total volunteer in-kind contributions, 62,460. The raceway is very expensive to maintain. There's a lot of cutting and grass, and you gotta prep the track, particularly the motocross area, before every event. There's a lot that goes into maintaining a raceway. Any raceway is just very operations heavy. There's a lot of overhead to keep this facilities like raceways going. Guam Raceway Park community consists of racers who own businesses. Our passionate racers donate their own sweat equity, equipment, employees, and resources to offset track maintenance costs. Other revenue streams. So then after this is basically the pro forma. But I gave you a breakdown on the other page. So you guys could go over the pro forma of those numbers. Basically, the track makes $80,000 a year. It takes $139 to run it. That delta for that net loss is filled by that in-kind contributions from the raceway community members that own businesses that donate services in kind to maintain the track. So that is one of the main things to take into consideration is that that's how much the raceway makes, is roughly $80,000 a year, and how much it costs to operate this facility. And that's, so so how much land? The proposed amount of land is 150 acres. The term is 25 years. And the amount is $500 a month, or 5% of net revenues.
Are you done?
Yes, I'm done with the business plan. We're good now. You don't have to have anything else on this slide. So I know it's a lot to go over in 27 pages. Do you guys have any questions?
You were supposed to submit this last month.
It takes time.
This takes a lot to put together. We just completed it. If it was done a month ago, I would have loved to send it to you. We have things that we have to confirm, like with insurance, so.
They didn't mention the insurance.
So the insurance is $27,500 for annual insurance. This
So how
is
much
general
coverage?
1,300,000 per body. So especially if we want to have activities like increase public access, we have to have policies like that.
At first you were asking 60 acres, now you want 150.
So,
It was well, what I did was I compacted everything that is already built, which is the southern half, and then the other section, which is running north on the east side of the lot, that's all conservation areas. So it was mentioned by Attorney Miller that we want to make sure that we give you the most valuable land that you can develop on. You can't develop on the eastern side because it's all conservation area.
But even a conservation area can be open to the public.
That's what we're doing, so that would be used
No,
for nature
I
trails.
meant to the public, not a particular group.
Okay.
You mean general
That is-
access?
Yes, go hunting, deer fish, hunting, things like that.
That's what we're proposing, not hunting, but nature trails. So general access for nature trails.
Well, when you have nature trail, then you can't have hunting.
You don't want to mix those two things together.
That's right.
But it would, yes, ma'am, it would be primarily focused towards walking, hiking, and biking.
Yeah. Any questions from you?
no, Madam Chair, by me, since this is also a very important topic of discussion that we have up to December to negotiate a lease, knowing that that is there, I recommend that we table this also and see if we can call another meeting specifically for this particular law, based on public law, based on the
125.
125 public law, so that we can address all the concerns. You know, we must, based on the law, that's,
It won't be tabled
or,
for the November, October 20.
we have one
It'll be in
meeting.
November.
Yeah, well, whichever meeting is available that we can actually poll in specifically for this agenda as well. That focus is also will be on top of just this itself. That provides a lot of opportunities to make discussions. Ask Hans, Mr. Ada here, any additional questions via letter. I know our concern would be to make sure that he is addressed based on the public law.
Would we be available for whatever's appropriate working session in between public board meetings? What would be appropriate to meet?
After you guys have a chance to digest and go over the business proposal.
mean, perhaps what, if the board is okay with this, perhaps what we can do is, they can authorize staff and your team to get together and to start to talk about, you know, for example, if we're gonna take the one lot and sort of divvy it up and carve out a subset of the overall lot as your leased premises, well, we're gonna have to go through the process of finding a surveyor, all of us kind of getting out there and going, okay, Raceway stops here, CLTC, you know, then goes that. I mean, there's gonna be some bureaucracy associated with, you know, sort of drawing these lines on the map so that we're clear what's your lease premises and we're clear what's our lease premises, because, yeah, if we do choose to go this way, then yeah, I would expect that the commission would then, shortly thereafter, start to think about, well, what do we want to do with our part of the premises? And so we'll have to clearly draw some lines. We will have to look into exactly what our, you know, mutual obligations are in the conservation areas. You know, those are things we're gonna have to check with the Department of Agriculture and Department of Parks and Recreation so that we get all those things clear in the lease, and you understand how far the nature trails go, and since at the end of the day it's our land, we understand what our obligations are to protect. So if it's okay with the commission, yeah, I think, you know, staff and you all can, you know, sort of start talking about some of these things. And while the commission digests the idea of sort of subdividing that lot and getting comfortable with the economics that you're proposing. And then we'll leave the economics for another day while we start to talk about some of the logistics of dividing that big parcel up and making sure there's a clear understanding of this is where motorsports is, this is where nature is, and this is where CLTC's future gas station is.
Have you run the numbers as to how much you'll be paying CLTC per square meter for 150 acres?
It would be minute, but the cost benefit analysis is that we really want to make this a community benefit property. That is our primary focus. That's what we really want to make this different, is that we want to have, everyone can have access to this area to mountain bike, to hike, to even race their Toyota truck for real feasible prices. If we charge too much to these drag racers, they're just gonna go to Dan. They're just gonna continue racing illegally, and or in Gigo and Route 1 or whatever.
You didn't answer my question.
But it's very low. It's very minute
How much?
for how much we would be paying for, well, okay, so if it's $500 per square meter, 150 acres, it would be very, very cheap. Very cheap.
Less than a penny.
But the benefit to the community will be very high because there is no other drag strip
But
on
it
Guam.
would not benefit the people of Guam.
It would seriously benefit the people of Guam because in regards to the racing, the illegal street racing, I don't see there being a drag strip being installed anywhere else.
150 acres times 4,000 square meters, there's 4,000 square meters, 4046. We'll round it to 4,000 times 150, that's 600,000 square meters. Take 500 divided by 600,000, that's less than a penny per square meter.
So,
How about the 15 acres in the frontage area for gas stations and convenience stores?
But that's out of your purview.
Well, that's one of the reasons why we
I don't-
asked for a non-commercial lease, because if we start talking commercial rates, I don't think there's anybody that can afford the product.
I mean, our constituents pay $1 a year, but that's because that's their livelihood, that's for them to build a home. Okay, for 99 years at $99. And that's usually for residential or agricultural, not commercial, I'm not talking about commercial, but The mission of CLTC is to provide land for people in need of land for homes and farms. That's why I told you last time to come up with a number that was equitable.
So, Madam Chair, if I may,
The One Raceway Association offered more than that.
They had a revenue stream that was authorized too.
that's,
I'm just putting the numbers on the table,
I'm
and
just
the
saying
numbers
that
aren't panning out
GRF
in favor,
had money to pay
in
because
favor
they
of
authorized a revenue stream.
CLTC and the CHamoru, for the people who want.
Would the board be open to possibly, there's a firing range that actually wants to be on one of the sections that we proposed in the purple area for CLTC. That is a for-profit business. That could be your first for-profit tenant. That could set up almost immediately. Would you be open to that?
I think a lot of questions that we're bringing up, Attorney Miller has been, suggested coming up together, making all these at the same time. We look at other areas feasible for the lease itself and come up with questions and concerns. Right now, there are a lot of questions that aren't answered and need clarity, on which we want to get clarity, understanding Guam Motorsports' position, our position, and then taking a look at it into the public eyes where it is, we must negotiate. And there is a time frame that we have to look at this. And everything's we have to negotiate, So these are questions that they can address, and we can address, close up our questions together. At the same time, we just got to make sure that we have a meeting to discuss this on itself.
Correct. It's a lot to go over, and it would be better to kind of digest it a little bit, and then we can come back together for a meeting.
Hans, how soon can you get a group to start drag racing? At least just for drag racing, because the advertisement that you guys have been propagating out there, right, is that racers are dying in the streets and all these things. So back 3-4 months ago, right, we decided we want to help the Guam Racing Group, right, and we wanted to kind of subcut the property, drift, drag, motocross.
Yes.
We tried to make it as simple as possible for the group. We want you guys to start racing on the drag strip. We want you guys to start racing or drifting on the drift and start doing motocross. Now you come with a 27-page trail here and trail there. The objective we wanted to accommodate for the group is to start drag racing as soon as you can when you get your insurance and all your plan. And then start drifting with the drift group. You already have the group organized around the island.
Yes.
You already have the motocross group. So we tried to simplify the process of subcutting the 250 acres or 1,099,000 square meter to 20, 40, and 30 acre lot. 5 acres for the drag, about 10, 15 acres for the drift, and for the motocross about 30 acres. Very simple. So you can come in, you can start doing your operation, and we're good. But then now, we're saying you need 120 acres, you want to do the drift, you want to do the military operation or the EVOC, emergency vehicle operation, operators. That we can handle. We wanted to accommodate your drift, drag, motocross. Simple. Now you bring in a 27 plate, which is, commendable. But we wanted to simplify this as much as possible so you guys can start racing on the drag, drift, and motocross. So now with this here, now we're going to basically have to table and then digest this because there's more acreage. So
We're
you
open
get
to
the drift,
negotiating.
right? We wanted to provide the minimum because we
Yes.
want to use the property for to benefit our constituent. That's our target. That's our objective: is residential agriculture.
We're more than open to negotiating. This is only what's proposed. We understand that CLTC has a mandate, and you have to, primarily for a lot like this, have to have a commercial lease that would contribute to the CLTC infrastructure fund. This is just simply, we've identified the areas of where the activities take place, and they're pretty much bordering each other. So all of the different disciplines that take place, they're all bordering each other on the south side of the lot. So you can't really compress any tighter than really 120 acres. The expansion to 150 acres was the eastern portion of the lot, which was all conservation, it was a cool idea to have mountain biking and trails and running, since you can't really develop.
Conservation can be relocated, just
Okay.
to let you know.
They're not extremely endangered species, so yes, they can be moved, but it would be, just as an avid mountain biker, I would love to have a place where I could go on my bike.
Before you came in here for drag, right? So then now you wanted to show.
I mean, just
I
to-
mean, you know, give us a break, we're not ignorant.
I mean, if I may, just to crystallize Commissioner Herrera's idea, is perhaps consider whether you would be open to the idea, I'm just making these terms up, but do we lease you the parking lot and the drag strip for 90 days? And go see how much drag racing you can do over 90 days. In the meantime, we keep talking about, you know, sort of the larger proposal and the mechanics of carving it up, and how do we, you know, how do we give you and the community the benefit of this large proposal, but we have to work that into the overall context of our obligation to our beneficiaries. But in the meantime, if priority one is drag racing, you know, there's a drag strip there, we can lease you, we can lease you a drag strip next week.
There's a motocross track there too.
Absolutely.
And there's an off-road track, and there's a drifting track. So, I mean, I think the whole time we've been talking about a raceway park, not just a drag strip. Drag strip is an important part of it, and that's probably the easiest one to open up because it's, the most,
Correct.
Yeah, intact. But even the facilities there have been, deteriorated and vandalized since CLTC has had control of it. Because even now the gates are open, nobody's closing the gates. People are breaking in and stealing stuff. And so it's gonna take a long time to get those facilities up to operational. So that's one of the reasons why.
The primary component there that you need is the strip, you got a quarter-mile strip.
I agree, that's a very important part.
Point A to B, right, and just use the regular Towel flag, ready, oh, right, this is, you
Well,
guys don't
there's a lot of
go
safety.
200 or 300 miles an hour, right?
There's a lot of safety considerations.
You know what I'm saying, so,
We do have to do significant renovations to
Understand.
make it safe.
yeah, because then you guys come up with a gas station here, a shop here. We heard these stories since 1998.
The gas station and stuff is something that CLTC can do.
Understand.
We're not talking about doing that on our property.
Yeah.
We're just asking for property for racing. And the part of the part of the environmental section is the bicycle course. And that's our biggest constituency as far as the number of sites.
Well, the propagation that was being advertised out there was the drift drag motocross, right?
We've always been talking
People are
about-
driving 300 miles at Marine Drive and they're hitting the telephone pole, right? No, so you got the public.
So what we possibly could do
So-
is, as the commission has come up with a lot of the questions that we can pose, and if we create that we have a meeting in itself specifically for this, a lot of the questions that we have, we can post it out to CHamoru Sports. From there, the negotiation can take place. Do we take the 150? Do we take the 250? Do we take something 60? Or do we add all of these others in there? And that's the whole point of the negotiation that we're tasked to do. And if, Madam Chair, if you like, if we could have a table or put recess in this and move into another meeting specifically for this purpose itself. And then we can generate all the questions and then post that out to Mr. Adam.
Well, and I think one of the things is, Mr. Adams has done a great job of putting together a business plan, which the CLTC requested him to do. So, he spent a lot of time, the group has been together discussing the lease agreement, the business plan, and that was all put together just yesterday, and that's why it was just submitted to the CLTC today, or yesterday.
It took a while.
It took a long
to put
time
that
to get that together. So I think it's worth digesting a little bit before we have some discussion, so everybody is
And
understanding.
Madam Chair, Attorney Miller made, a recommendation, right, on the sub portions, so take that into consideration.
We'd be happy to do the temporary arrangement on the drag strip, but it'd just be until we can negotiate a long-term lease on the rest of the track that's needed.
Maybe a permit or some sort, these are the experts in contracts, so.
Well, I appreciate your time. I know you guys, so much you gotta handle, so we want to be respectful, so we'll get together again and again, it's just proposed, so we're more than willing to negotiate.
When you're ready to race on the drag, check us out. No, really, right, that was the
I'll
target.
be ready,
So we're
I'll be
here
ready
today.
tomorrow night. This drag race is here.
And you guys had the legislature to direct us to do it in a non-commercial lease, which is, what's the value, below 10?
What I'm looking at is, you guys gotta stop pushing the goalposts. Okay, like Commissioner Herrera said, we initially were in discussions with either 40 or 50 acres. And then you come back to us with this plan asking for 150 acres.
Well, it's never, the Guam Racing Federation had the whole property in the original lease. So we're asking for a much smaller percentage of that, probably.
But that lease
50%.
expired and
I
was
understand that.
terminated.
Understand that, but we're trying to get along with just the minimum amount we can to do all the types of racing discipline that we're expected to do on the property. And a lot of it is parking lot. I mean, so I mean, you can give up the parking lot, but someone's gonna have to park on it, so.
Yeah, Mark, that will handle the parking lots, just bring the customers.
The autocross is
I'm
mainly.
serious.
Yeah, but
I know.
the parking lot, they use it on the autocross as well.
Right, yeah, and then you deal with us for the parking area.
And they use that for other events, so.
These are many things we could discuss in a future meeting. We just, will
Yeah.
sorry, it's a lot. I wanted to make sure that it was
Bring the
prepared.
crowd, we'll handle the rest. Okay, have a good day.
Thank you, guys. Thank you for having us.
Can we go?
So is it gonna be a working session, or is it just tabled until the next meeting?
Nobody's made a motion yet.
Well, they have to make their decision.
Okay.
We'll table this until the November meeting. In the meantime, you can be discussing with the director and your group and what, on the terms of the lease and
Okay.
I think there's a time frame set by the legislature too.
90 days.
Yes.
9 days, by December. Yeah.
And so after
If
the
you
90
guys-
days is gone, then
we're in trouble.
it's not now on void.
Madam Chair, if I may also make a recommendation that acting director could send a notice, a letter out to Kansas, basically just letting informing him that, taking time for submitting his proposal. At least we get the negotiating and the letters going out, so it documents the fact that we are in negotiating phase. So we haven't, has the letter been actually drafted out? So, yeah. I think we should just draft a letter initializing the fact that they didn't meet on these dates, and we did submit this, and we're in direct communication, therefore it doesn't violate our negotiation when that time comes, and we just document it despite having these meetings.
What was in the agenda?
So still, just for his morality, focus on ours.
Definitely will provide a letter.
I think you mentioned a physical statement. Whenever you drop off the physical copy.
If we wanted to receive it physically and stamp it,
Okay.
just so that, for their purpose too, but definitely will provide a letter
No,
of receipt.
yeah.
Awesome. Thank you, guys.
Motion to table the,
Madam Chair, I motion that we table this, the Guam Raceway Association's discussion until our next monthly meeting, which is November.
all in favor, say
Aye.
Motion carried. And
Break.
go on break.
And,
Ken?
Um,
I'll go to order.
We'll work on getting you that.
Yeah, really. We are now on new business. Northern Guam Feral Pig Control Project with Delano Mayor's Office and Camp Laws.
So what it is you have a copy of the letter from the Delito Mayor's Office requesting for a group that's contracted with a group from the US, I believe, to mitigate the feral pigs. And what they need is access to properties, specifically CLTC properties in the Delito area or within the Camp Laws area. And today we have Mr. Teddy Concepcion, who's present, who could speak on behalf of the program. So they did send us a list of properties referencing like GWA pump stations, which I don't think you're requesting for the specific pump station area. But one lot that, and we'll start, if the board is in agreement, you can start off with this lot 190-1. Which is in Delito, and we have an aerial map. It's within it's right across the Ironwood Estates, so we don't have any leases in that area, which is why we're specifically trying to focus on just that one area first to start the project, and let's see how the project goes, and more especially because we don't have any leases in that area. But just know that that is one of the lots that we have identified for a residential subdivision in the future. So right above the weird shaped box type in red, right above it is Ironwood Estate, so it's right across Ironwood Estate.
And that's the golf course?
To the right, correct. So what they do is they go in, set up a trap for like 3 to 4 weeks at the longest. Mr. Concepcion, can you allow Mr. Concepcion to come to the table and explain the program?
Buenos Commissioners, CLTC staff, everybody present. My name is Teddy Lee Concepcion. Teddy Lee Concepcion, I'm the local liaison with White Buffalo Inc., which is an organization focused on native ecosystem restoration. With the help of the municipality of Delito, we've been able to actually conduct some of the program work and actually remove some of the feral swine that's been kind of disturbing now the urban community. On that note, you had in your packet like a brochure of the RECCE program, which is funded by DOD, which is awesome because the people availing of this opportunity and the benefit would be a lot of CLTC constituents and other private landowners. Basically here, like Mr. Cruz said, I'm here to request permission for 4 lots, one of those being that 10090-1, to conduct more work to help the people of Guam. One thing I'd like to say is the work isn't done throughout the whole year. Well, it is, but it's a quarterly thing. So 4 weeks per quarter, we're basically going to be in there. Other than that, we let it rest and come back another 3 months later.
You use a portable trap or the trap that's set
Yes,
in
they're net traps.
circular? Okay.
I believe the catch is donated.
Yeah, that's one of the things we try not to let it go to waste if we're able to connect, which we try to connect before we even remove anything, is to help people in need of food. So that's one main thing we try not to waste. This property right here, I reference GWA because of access. They're always frequented, right, these roads, so there's always going to be somebody there. And those are just entry points. In the map you see, those are just entry points along the properties that I'm requesting access to. Yeah, it's in blue. And the yellow is where we're currently doing work. I mentioned municipality Dario, but we are expanding into Jigo also. I'm not requesting any lots at this moment in Jigo from CLTC, primarily just the 4. And they're highlighted in blue on your maps.
I'm trying to orientate, the golf course. That would be hole number 19, and then
Not too sure, but this is the golf course, this is Ironwood.
Ironwood.
Yeah, so these are probably.
Oh, that's Starks.
This one.
Yes.
Yeah, that's not GICC.
No.
No, no,
it's
no.
Okay.
Our
There.
finance.
Or this
Also,
one.
Watch Junction, okay, got it, understand. So,
So
Kodak Road is here?
Koda's right there.
That's Kodak?
Koda's below that.
Okay,
Down
got
further.
it. I see.
So that's how we would access that specific area, unless we were to go through Ironwood Estates, which there's also pump stations.
You can access it to Frida subdivision too, which is the front part.
Okay, and then we turn to the left, you reach Watch Junction from the left?
Go now like towards where the Ghetto Game Club, the cockfight.
Okay. Okay, so this is the back side. So
How long will you be putting the traps out?
Roughly 4 weeks. at
Only 4
most,
weeks?
And then they're removed, and then next quarter, again, 4 weeks. So we're not gonna be, there's no permanent infrastructure. We basically try to make that part life of setting it, and then removing.
You're going to use nets?
It's net trap.
So this specific lot, like I mentioned, has no uses, so you don't have to worry about.
The one in the
having
pink,
to-
the one that's colored in pink.
Correct, having to inform any lessees,
I see.
there's nobody there.
So I see that the red, is that a farming area, or somebody farming there? or-
Before, but there's no more commercial use to that anymore.
And then I see like 2 or 3 parallel lines.
That used to be the staging site for Ironwood. So it could be the imagery that's from the past,
Okay.
which would show, but today there's nobody, there's no uses in that area.
So this is the first Ironwood?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. And the second Ironwood is not too far from,
Back, heading south or west.
So you're working closely with the Department of Defense,
Yes.
and based on the map that you have, all the ones in yellows are Department of Defense areas,
No, these are actually private.
private properties
Yeah,
as well.
so we go out and see who's having issues for one, that's why I said it's gonna be benefit to constituents, even if they don't know, we're already there helping, so, they don't just stay in one area, the pigs are, they go out
Right.
forage and all that, so while they're foraging, they're ending up in other people's properties and all that, so if we do end up removing in certain area, it's gonna positively affect, the general area.
Is ground clearing going to be,
Like bush cutting, some really small stuff, there's no real permanent
there's no
infrastructure.
telentoman trees and stuff?
I'm sorry?
There's no telentoman trees in these areas that you're
Um,
going
We kind of have to cut them, we're gonna have to just bare minimum small, veg removal, just really small stuff just to get in and do our work. But no plans to be removing any big trees or anything like that.
Does the trap stay in one place for the whole month and then you just,
It
and then
does,
you have the
it's,
the cameras there at night and you drop the,
somewhat, yes, you're on the right track, it's a little bit unique, but, it stays there for a month, and conditioning for the actual feral swine that's like the main work, conditioning to get them in there and used to it before we actually remove, so. Yes, it'll be there stationary for that time being, and then remove once we're done.
and how many times would you guess you're gonna drop it in a month?
In the month? That's, it all depends really. It really depends. One time ideally, if we can get the whole sounder or the group of pigs in together at the same time, but you gotta realize they're coming in from this table, from that
Yeah,
table
oh, sure.
to this area, and they don't get along all the time. So if it calls for it, we could do two drops, which would be pretty awesome to be able to do 2 drops and actually remove. My experience, we've done 1 drop, and able to get the 2 groups to kind of tolerate each other for the time being.
But you will be baiting these traps?
Yes, frequently. It's the conditioning part, that's the hard part to make them used to.
So if I'm understanding this process of the trapping itself, it's a net, almost like, I don't know, almost like a tuna type of net itself.
Yeah, the way I've described it to people is like a tilapia up the top, it's just a pocket.
But the diameter is more like a tuna type of netting. thick,
Yes, correct.
Now, you mentioned that you're not gonna be cutting, but you're still gonna have to dig a diameter for circle itself. So when you put that netting in the circle itself, you're basically lifting up that net in a certain height and putting the feet in there. And then, is there an automatic trigger that causes that thing to drop?
No.
Or are you guys just waiting for, coming from behind, or monitoring every day at a certain time, and then once it goes in, automatically you guys first drop that net?
It's more low tech than that, actually. It's pretty convenient. Basically, the monitoring is where it's at, right? The timing, you mentioned timing. If we can get the timing right, then all we do at the same time, we bait once we set the net or drop it, basically. They get in, they can't get out. So more and more can come in, even though the net's already down.
Because the first place you have to basically feed them to men. In essence, constantly putting food there, them coming in, they see the food, it becomes a consistent that, oh, it's okay, and then you're dropping it
And
in.
then all of a sudden, nobody's having feed issues. No, really, that's the goal. All of a sudden,
True.
that's what we're trying to get at.
Now, the concern there would be licensing, right? Because you're gonna be shooting it,
Mm-hmm.
right? So you gotta have,
Permit from the
Permit.
Department of Ag.
from the Department of Ag, and that's open,
Yes, we are renewing it, but we've already got permit, we just went through I was there last week renewing it. I have those documents if you'd like to see that, but yes, we are in compliance, so I'm using the rifles rather than actual firearms, so. We're within law. Again, we have to get permission from landowners in order to even conduct any of that work, so. Permits, we have, and then like I said, it's air rifles, not.
now are you doing monitoring of the amount of pigs taken out versus?
Yes, that all has to be recorded.
Okay.
Yeah.
That is the fish group. I mean, the meat goes out to, depending upon the public.
Mhm.
I mean, how do you guys work closely with the mayors, similar
Yes.
to the Venado?
I can't answer anything. Yeah, this project specifically for feral swine, and as long as I've been in conservation, natural resource conservation, it's been at the top of the list for invasives damaging people's land and livelihood. And it's getting more
How do
prevalent.
they get in? Is there like a funnel for them to get
It's a
in?
net, with the net down and they push it up. Their natural habits are to
The food's
poop
inside.
and grub, so they like to soup at everything. And it's a light net, so they just soup it, pick it up, they're in, they kind of get out.
So what made this property
This
any better from any other property?
Um,
There gotta be something there that basically, you know, when you look in it, and you see the
The potential.
potential, right?
Yeah. So the pigs, they have to live somewhere, right? So a lot of times they don't stay in the urban area, but they're gonna forage out in there. So a lot of these areas that I located or like I'm aiming for, they're really, they're not really utilized by people, for lack of a better word. Like it's a lot of small jungles that the pigs can run off to and actually hide shelter before they go on foraging. And I'm just basically trying to fill the gaps through that. The reason why I chose that is because the access. The reason I referenced GWA is because, like I said, we don't have to cudgel a real trail to get into these locations. And it's not like we're bringing a lot of heavy duty stuff that we would need to really remove vegetation out of. So trying to keep it low tech and use access that's already provided. If that makes any sense. Because if not, we would have to look for areas and we would have to cudgel our own road to get in. Which takes away time from that month, which we could be catching already, you know what I mean? Removing some feral swine from those areas.
I mean, there's a lot for spines out there, then
So what do you want from us?
approve.
Yeah, we're requesting permission to access these properties, 4 times in the year for the month, so 4 weeks.
4 times a month?
Yes, for the, well, for 4 months in the year, 4 weeks in the month.
So, they did list 4 properties, 4 or 5 properties. The reason why we specifically chose this one to start as our pilot is because that we can say for sure that there's no leases or investees on this lot, this specific lot. Depending on the success of Mr. Conception's project, and also the time we need also to verify on the other lot, whether there is a lessee to the adjacent GWA pump station or not. That's taking us some time. So it's really specifically focused on track 190-1, because there should be nobody there.
Probably tell us.
For the corner lot, that's not marked pink, that's land trust?
No.
No?
We have to verify.
Oh,
It could be 190-R1, but we need to verify. But specifically, the 190-1 is within the effect.
so permit is annual permit? Is that what we're?
I guess the approval can be for the 1 year or 1 quarter. Let's see how it all works out. And we can always come back and renew the approval.
So what are you asking for? As far as the
Permission.
timeline?
Oh, our next quarter or round would be next month.
So you're asking for a quarter, or you're asking for 6 months, or you're asking for,
I'm asking for permission to do conduct quarterly work on the property for that year at least, I guess we can say,
Where did,
So
4 times
4 times a year, 20 weeks.
to make this a successful project, it'll take, every quarter he has to go out there and do a research and see, bait it, determine the amount of feral pigs coming in. And that can be done every month. He can go out there and make that research. But by every quarter, he'll be able to make the determination that they're actively in there eating the food. And then from there, you have a successful ratio of capturing the swine pigs, and then I think he's donating it out to the mayor's office, I believe?
We have to work with the mayor.
Yeah.
how big is the area, like this,
This is ideal, this space is ideal to conduct the work, but.
the room, or this table
50 feet.
formation?
Yeah, roughly 50 at the most, just to be able to work around it. Trap's not that big, it's probably our table right now, maybe a little bit wider, but we need space to work around it, you know?
This is a old block or?
We use air rifles.
Oh,
It has to be air rifles because we're around the community.
yeah, that's why I was asking, because it's populated, right, around the.
Yeah, basically just requesting permission to conduct some work, to report our efforts to you, I guess. I don't know, when would you like, if that's something you guys would want, to be reporting?
And also, we have to get the proper permit, copies of the permits. We have to ensure that we are indemnified of any liability. So, there's some documents or paperwork that's gonna be needed that Attorney Miller and I can work through and get it together. But nonetheless, it's.
So Madam Chair, I think the motion would be to authorize staff to negotiate a entry agreement that would have a 1-year term, and authorize 1 entry per quarter over that 1 year for roughly 1 week at a time. 4 weeks at a time. Okay.
Do we have to put that constraint in about
So,
the quarter? 4 times a week?
Maybe just make a
We'll
flat
just give
year.
him-
no, it's just,
We'll just give him like a year's authorization?
Yeah.
You tell us.
I'm open to it. That would be great.
motion to allow our acting administrative director to coordinate with the, what's the program? REPI and the Deputy Mayor's Office, allowing them access into the CLTC properties that they're seeking.
If you can be specific to the lot number, 190-1.
What's the lot number?
190-1.
190-1?
Yes.
Okay, 190-1 in the municipality of Desert.
Motion.
Okay, Madam Chair, I second the motion.
All in favor, say
Aye.
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 Motion carried.
Thank you, Commissioners.
We'll send you an email and we'll
Thank you, everybody.
You wrote a lot of backwards stuff?
Oh, yeah. Thank you so much.
Approval of CLTC new logo.
So in your packet, you will see a colored copy of our proposed new logo. It's almost like rebranding. We did get authorization to use the seal, the bomb seal, from the keeper, which is the lieutenant governor. And it's, we would like the board to consider using the new logo as we create we move forward in everything that we're doing, and crossing our T's and dotting our I's and moving the line and all that other great stuff.
Who's the artist?
I believe it's Joanna, one of our employees here.
So this was all created in-house?
Yes, so this was, since this begun during the time of former Director Tyler. Now, we want to start to utilize it, so we want to get the board's approval to accept it.
You see where it says CHamoru Land Trust Commission in the bottom? Can we embed a Sanahi there?
Possible, I believe. You mean like use it as the background of the CHamoru Land, behind the CHamoru Land Trust?
No, the CHamoru Land Trust will be in front of the Sanahi.
Okay, I think it's possible.
Joanna?
Sorry, the logo, you don't want it to be too big.
Yeah, no, not too big, just this portion where it says CHamoru Land Trust
Just put the Tsunami
Commission.
behind.
Well, I think our focus will be on our intent of the, what we are. And that is basically a talent. When you start adding, it becomes more, I think the pixels, right? You have to take a look at the pixels, the colors, how they're gonna incorporate this into everything that you do.
I can try.
You know how you can lighten it on the background?
Yeah. Bring the verbiage up a layer and the Sanahi below.
Yeah.
I'll
So
We can try.
Bethany is,
Just the Sanahi, not the rest of them.
You're talking about just the image itself,
Yeah.
as like the
the
backdrop?
moon.
The moon.
We'll try to do that now.
I think, yeah.
So, Chair, we can table this, they're gonna try to do it now, and before we end, at least we can get try to get an approval.
What you don't wanna do is do a copyright of the Sana'i from somebody else. So if you're taking a picture, you wanna make sure it's an actual picture of one that you own or one that the government owns. Because then if they see it, then it becomes a copyright and it becomes what do you call that, what is the word? A royalties because now you're using it. So we have to be very careful how, on where they're getting that Sinai. It's a consideration that you legally, that person who owns it can see it and say, hey, you're using my Sinai, I want royalty fees for it.
But nobody owns it, only a CHamoru.
Well, it depends on where to get it, but
Yes,
I'll leave it to
but,
Attorney Miller to provide his insights into his thoughts.
Especially now the federal government is gonna ban it.
So,
Or
Madam-
because it's endangered species, the plant.
No, they just don't want
But our,
us fishing out the clams.
we just need to-
Madam Chair, we can table item 6C, the transcript of meeting minutes. We can take that up for the next meeting. I would like that we provide you guys an example of how the transcription of any future meetings would look, just so you guys have a visual idea of what the transcription would be. Like currently, we're doing it verbatim.
Yeah.
If the board can consider that we summarize it.
Actually, you are right, the Open Government Law doesn't say that it has to be verbatim. What it does say is that we can summarize each individual, whoever speaks, but you have to get to the point and make it very clear what the intent is. When you start summarizing it, you're not look at the approval of the minutes here, we're up to June. We're already behind several months. And by law, the whole intent of transparency is you really want to get this out in a timely manner. So what happens is we lose intent when we wait several months down the line, our approval of these minutes becomes, hold on, let me see if I did say, and recall everything that came back.
So it could be in the formatting of summary as we'll present it to the board for their approval, or like how we have our motion summary already.
Yeah.
But we just want to make sure that we're in line with the Robert's Rules of Order and anything within the GCA to make sure that we don't present something to you guys that is not allowed. And we'll also have to consult with Attorney Miller. So if the board can consider the table item 6C, transcript of meeting minutes into the next board meeting in November, that would be great.
Madam Chair, I move that we transfer the transcript for our November meeting.
To be taken.
Yeah, to be tabled for another or November meeting. Second motion.
All affairs,
Aye.
motion carried.
Thank you for that.
Access of removal.
So what it is GPA has some transformers located
Starting point.
in Oak Point, Captain Point, the old GMH. And they're requesting for access to remove the old transformers. We wanted to bring that to the board to get your approval to allow for GPA to go in and remove their assets.
Is that property still contaminated with fire?
We are not sure. We do know that it's the gate or the gate is still secured with the padlock we used the last time. So no one has gone up here to cut it or cut the padlock or anything. So, today we're just requesting for the board's approval to grant GPA access to the property and so that they can remove their assets from the property. And it says there, the GPA crew will require permission to gain access from the gate, clear vegetation on existing roads, transformer, and also to allow heavy equipment to load and remove the transformer. So,
Are they going to get the necessary permits?
we can,
Because I believe they're going to have to do something.
if it's required, if they need a permit to conduct their business, then we'll make sure that it's something that they do obtain. But I think, if I'm not mistaken, since it's been cleared already, and it's just overgrown, they may not need a permit, but don't quote me on it. We'll make sure to express that the permits are needed, that they obtain those necessary permits.
Say as needed.
So, the board can consider granting the approval.
Madam Chair, I move that we approve the request from GK to access CLT property to recover their transformer on site.
Second the motion, Madam Chair, to access for removal of GPA transformer.
All in favor, say
Aye.
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 Motion carried. Track 10123. Affordable housing.
So Madam Chair, in the past, the board had designated this specific tract for the use for affordable housing. Today, we're requesting the board to grant us authority to proceed with the RFP for the construction of an affordable housing subdivision on this specific tract. We, in the past, the CHamoru Land Trust in conjunction with DPW had issued a request for interest, an RFI. We did get some response. Unfortunately, it stopped. The project stopped there. So today we're asking that the board grant us approval to proceed with inquiring about or even issuing the RFP. One thing that we would like to include is that where the board don't restrict us to either work with DPW or even the Guam Housing Corporation, because the Guam Housing Corporation is really only the only financing corporation or lending type company that will issue a mortgage to CHamoru Land Trust lessees. They also, I believe, are the packagers for the USDA 502 and 503 loans. So we request your approval to proceed with inquiring and working on the RFP for an affordable housing subdivision on track 10123, and not limiting it to just DPW, but also Guam Housing.
Is there sewer available in that area for
Okay.
Paradise Meadows?
Correct, so it's right there in the middle. I believe it's
When you say middle,
the 60-foot
is that one?
Yeah, it's right there. So, one thing for sure is that there was an agreement when CHamoru Land Trust gave, easement access to Paradise Meadows in the back. I believe the agreement was that TRI, which was the company that developed, Paradise Meadows, that, they had to pay or cover the cost of the surveying of the lots, but we'll go back and look for that recorded document, because there is a recorded document with the Department of Land Management in terms of that agreement. So it could reduce the cost, again, for our constituents or the successful bidder to this project, which would pass along to our constituents. But nonetheless, the RFP would be based on price points, meaning that a 3-bedroom can be sold for no more than this price point, or a 2-bedroom, things like that. But definitely the RFP specs will be very detailed. Talks about the longevity of the structure, the type of construction, green space.
Who will draft the RF?
Well, could be who we work with, DPW, that's who we relied on for the initial project, or Guam Housing. But nonetheless, we would get some ideas from the board in terms of what should be, or at least the board should designate a board member to that type of committee to work with us on drafting the RFP.
Acting Director, by me. This is CLTC's property, and this is the proposal that you're looking at having surveyed, right?
Right.
So when you talk about, and each of these lots are based on, because they're sewers, so you can actually get a 529 or 500, or how big are each of these lots?
This specific tract was rezoned. It went through the GLUC. It's designed at 166 to meet the minimum lot density because there will be sewer placed into this lot. And it's within the 200 feet requirement.
Okay.
When the RFP specs is created, it will make mention that it needs to conform with the subdivision laws. So sewer will need to be installed in order to meet the 166.
Now, these lots are for our leases, those that are coming in, that were, because they're already cleaned out as well, so we should be able to,
It's in preparation
In preparation for this.
for new and existing. So since we're discussing that, we have track 1022, I believe, in Dato that was originally designed for the land use program. Those lots have been severed out to 464 square meters. There's about 403 lots. We leased that entire tract. That tract is not usable because there's no sewer. In order to make those lots usable, we have to combine 4 lots. So it means we have to relocate 300 people. If we don't get sewer into that area, those lots will never be usable. Our constituents will never be able to do anything on those lots. It's a residential area, and they're all residential leases. Now, if we awarded them agriculture leases, we can issue a minimum of up to a acre. But nonetheless, specifically this project, the requirement for whoever should be the successful bidder in the RFP would have to install sewer.
right. And each of these lots are, currently right now, they're just drawn out, right? And if a leasing comes in and it's been approved and meets all these requirements, are they basically gonna go in there and or are you looking at subdividing everything at one time, or
Right.
individually?
It's gonna be a developer to come in and build turnkey, hopefully. That's one of the options we're looking at. So in the past, we had a few developers who came into the commission, and we met with them and the previous director, who did present the idea of building turnkey. So there will be no financial burden placed on the commission. The developer will shoulder the whole entire cost. At the same time, will get paid as soon as it's sold. That's why we're gonna keep it within the price point. And we will work with, or even engage some discussions with farm housing to determine what's the average amount our constituency may be able to afford, so that we don't outprice it or overprice it. But yes, it's to address our new lessees that we are working on, and also for our old who are on like track 1022 who can't do anything.
So this will be a totally turnkey project.
That's our intention. And if it's successful, we move to 190-1, because that also has been identified for.
Oh, that's good,
for
because
the month.
we can move more people in and give them that 3 options, and the last option is, there it is. And you're asking for the commissioner's approval to put out the RFP out?
To proceed with working with either DPW or farm housing in relation to the RFP process. Because we just can't do that here. The reason why we mentioned DPW is DPW has the procurement authority for any type of construction projects. Farm housing has the expertise in relation to housing.
Home financing.
They will have, and the whole financing aspect of it. They develop it, they sell it, they pay it, whatever happens to our lessees, and we're good to go.
And we also have the MOU from the USDA, remember, that was.
Correct. We're still working on that one. That will supersede the 1995 MOU. But nonetheless, Guam Housing has the USDA programs such as the 502 and the 503, I believe. And then they have their own funding internally to give out loans also. To work with the government agency that will provide refinancing would be efficient.
Well, they can't, yeah, so they're gonna lease the property for 99 years, $1. They have the option based on the current law to build within a certain amount of time frame. If in the event that they do decide, they can either go through the same company or go to another construction company to build the thing? Or you limited things just
For the
strictly
sake of,
I thought you said this will be turnkey.
turnkey, so it'll just be that,
Every building will be there.
Right, but the issue that you have here is that it's turnkey, so they have to finance the project somehow. And that means when it's a turnkey, it's either these lessees or beneficiaries would have to come in and say, I want this property and I wanna get, this is the, what do you call that? The project, or this is how the house is gonna look. And they have all the blueprints to say, okay, we're gonna choose this, I want this built on this property, and the contractor would then come in and say, okay, turnkey. But you have an agreement between the beneficiaries and the contractor.
I believe, at this point, I'm envisioning that the project will be done in phases. Phase one would incorporate 40 houses, and as we are vetting our new applicants, if they're able to provide a pre-approval for a home loan, that's an option we can offer them.
Or the super.
While also we have the ones that are still like 10, 22, who can't do anything. If we don't know what's gonna happen with 3, 3, 4, but there's another option for those people with existing leases already, right? So this project will be built turnkey, like I envisioned, it'll be done in phases, but the house will be already constructed. There will be, I'm gonna assume there will have 3-bedroom, 2-bedroom, 4-bedroom, up to a certain amount. And if they like it, and they're up for lease and they can afford it and get a pre-approval or get it financed through Long Housing or any other company, then it's there for them. It'll be ideal for the developer, that we have a single developer, because the cost recovery method for his investment or their investment for the installation of infrastructure. So, but like I said, if the board does grant us approval to work and try to work towards issuing out an RFP, we will keep the board informed of the progress and what's going on.
Can we make a motion, Madam Chair, for, to request the, what's that, for the management to issue an RFP for draft 10123 for affordable housing.
Second?
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
We're open for discussion.
Just a point of information for everybody. This project was started back in 2013, and it went through the process in 2013. It was basically approved by the Guam Land Use Commission. It went through the process of working with the village of Jigu, and then it kind of died out, and then we started it back again during was that Mr. Haftik's, Ms. Camacho's time, 2018, or I'm sorry,
2021 or
21. And then we issued a RFEI,
RFI.
no? And then, so again, it got stopped again. So now we have the funding source with USDA SUDA.
There's many options out there.
Yeah, the PA and the Guam Housing, so that will be integrated in the project, so.
One thing I forgot to mention is that this is the only CLTC property that has been rezoned. So this is zone R1. It's not agriculture anymore.
Yeah.
So what Commissioner Herrera was talking about, it is the GLAC. It's been rezoned, it's been approved, and all that other good stuff. So there's a 2-acre portion in the front that's fronting Murray Drive that has been rezoned for as commercial. So that's to support the subdivision.
Okay, so.
There being no other discussion, motion carried. Congratulations.
We're getting closer. This is a prototype of, well, go ahead. Yeah,
Go ahead. You can say it.
Well, okay, just a point of information, because I know that we've been criticized down at the legislature of having a sweetheart deal with the, was that with the Guam International Country Club? But this was the brainchild that got us to try to find a funding source, because it's gonna take about 8 to 9 million just to put a water power sewer in this project.
More than that.
Okay, I rest my case. Thank you.
That's why we're looking at turnkey option, right? So there is no financial burden on CLTC to come up with anything.
And now hopefully they express underground utilities.
So we'll make sure that, and it's gonna have to comply with the requirements when the assets are transferred to the regulatory agencies, because eventually they will.
Yeah, this is about a 2.5-year project, so hopefully we get 166 turnkey residents on this prototype project.
Since 19, what's it, 28,
Yeah, 2013.
28, and 2013, and now 20, when is it, and
2020.
24.
2024.
Yeah.
Oh,
So we got the funding source, we got the property, so
There should be no more, hiccups.
one more step.
Hopefully.
Well, I mean, when you think about it, right, it took how long? So that's all learning curve. So as we move into this stage, we would already determine all the concerns and issues that would have stopped us from doing it in the past. And now we're moving forward, and I don't think there's any anticipating of anything that would stop it from moving, progressing to where we want it to go.
Very good. Right, one more. Two more.
Madam Chair, we have to vote on that motion.
Yeah, yes,
We got through discussion, we didn't actually vote.
Oh,
I thought
We
we
did.
voted.
we did.
We voted,
There was,
we voted.
Okay.
Okay, I made a
Commissioner
motion.
Herrera,
I
and
made a
then,
motion.
And then Commissioner
Second.
so
Carino,
it was to
but
authorize,
it wasn't,
it was to,
Oh,
Then
It
they
wasn't
voted and
closed.
she said open for
We
discussion.
need those,
all right.
which had it the yeas or the nays.
no, it was,
We're always,
all in favor, excuse me.
Okay.
And they gave you the authority
All
to
in
put it on,
favor?
there's no restrictions into voting from communicating with DPW or Guam Housing, so.
Okay. Thank you.
Oh, okay, hold on. Are we going back to it?
Not yet. Madam Chair, the next item is just to renew the board's support. So in 2019, the board at that time had created resolution 2019-05, which is a declaration of support for the sale of portions of lot 5174-REM-1 to Nicole Camacho Regis Kelly. So, yeah, the back there.
Hold the map.
So this property is located, the backside of the Guam Memorial Hospital. As you come from the roundabout and you're gonna go towards the ER. And it's right after, I believe that's the barrel or, some victim,
Oh, that's,
establishment.
yeah,
So
yeah.
it's the next house.
And this is the subject line right here.
So the board in 2019 agreed to sell the portion of that's all like highlight or has pink dots. And it was done and it was sent to the speaker's office. Although we're presenting it to the board today to see if the board wants to continue that action or not.
The pink indicates a
There's-
landmark? Oh, I'm sorry. The pink dots are landmarks?
Because when we went there,
This
we
is where
GPSed it.
GPS here, and this portion right here, I'll just show you, if you can back it around to where, what's on it right now.
So it's over the cliff.
Over this.
but that land is a drop,
Correct.
and what about the neighbors on the other side?
They haven't inquired about it, but they may eventually inquire.
You start one, you start the other.
Correct.
And
But
the thing is, for safety's sake, what if someone wants to get over to the other side for some reason, they're gonna block it off.
It's really not accessible if you try to come from the hospital side or even from the right side. It's really a cliff, so they build like some concrete slab that goes over a little.
And what's the residence? This is you said Camacho?
This is the Kelly's,
Nicole Camacho raises Kelly.
so,
And then
They
say,
encroached.
so if I'm understanding this
This
correct,
whole portion here is leased out to the Paris family right next to the
Miss
hospital.
Paris. There's a Miss Paris.
Lourdes Paris. So she leased that whole 1,867 square meters. Technically, the neighboring lots right here are encroaching to her lease area.
to the.
Where's your
Paris?
lease area, show me?
This line right here, that line.
So that's
going
what-
down to the
But
hospital.
most of that is in the ocean.
It is, but
Not-
we, at 2013, COTC gave it a lease for that area.
For the submerged land?
No,
They're right.
lease is $1 for 99 years.
Correct.
For
Okay,
99
so
years.
the concern that we have here is that back in 2019, they were granted a approval to sell that portion
Yes,
over to at that time is Mrs. Kelly, Miss Kelly.
correct.
Right? And the concern that you have right now, you bring up the commission, is whether we want to renew this extension or to continue to support or pursue a different alternative. I mean, the concern, the basis here that you have is you gave this individual 2019, you're down into 19, 20, 1, 2, 3, 5 years, right?
Correct.
And they haven't done anything in terms of purchasing the property itself.
Correct. The
So-
last action has been CLTC forwarded to the legislature for
How much are we talking
So-
about?
it has to get appraised. There's no dollar figure yet.
Attorney Miller, based on the information that we have in front of us, knowing the fact that we did give Mrs. Kelly the opportunity to purchase this property without a time frame in itself, and knowing that they encroach into the property, can CLTC pursue legal action in terms of recouping the amount for encroachment over to CLTC property? With the fact that you know that you gave them the opportunity to buy it, and they have not moved on it, and now that we need to, they're coming up to say, well, can we renew it? I don't know if they asked it, or are we bringing it up to say, this is what our intent is as CLTC?
We're being proactive to get the new board's position on it. But one thing for sure is that because Miss Kelly is encroaching into the lease property of Mrs. Paris. So that, and we did receive a letter in the past that Ms. Paris is supporting the sale of that so-called pool park trail type to Ms. Kelly. So that's where we're at.
Right, but you've given them 5 years to make a determination to sell it, to buy it.
We sent it to at that time, Tina Munir Barnes, who was the speaker in 2019.
And it was approved.
To answer Commissioner Banya's question, I'm not sure that the commission has the authority to try and recoup value for the encroachment that is negatively impacting your other lessee. I think she has the right, Mrs. Parrish has the right to say, get off my leased land and you owe me this much for your unlawful use of my leased land. But I think until the commission were to be in control of the parish strip, I don't think you have the right to claim damages.
Well, okay, understanding that position itself, for Mrs. Paris, knowing that she leased it from us, is she abiding by the lease agreement? Right, so you lease a
By-
property and you
by-
have certain requirements to do, knowing that we have all these laws now in place. Have we went in there to say you now are, you should be complying based on these factors? Because then you go back to, you're compliant or not compliant, and what courses do we need to do?
I don't think there was any type of compliance inspection done, because Ms. Perez, I don't believe, was subleasing. I believe that the encroachment was constructed years ago. And now I guess Ms. Kelly just has a desire to consolidate whatever she's encroaching with her private property.
We have no right to, that's under Ms. Barrett's
Correct.
decision.
But if Mrs. Ferris comes in and says, hey, COTC, I did lease the property from you guys.
But
and
then she can't buy it either.
she can't buy it, but it's COTC property, so now we have to determine at what
Well-
point we step in to help our constituents itself. 'Cause
Well, I mean, I guess to jump ahead, I'm going, Saturday is the deadline for the governor to take action on the bill requiring us to inspect all the existing leased properties and identify whether there are any lease violations and issue these notice of remediations. It may very well be that on the bold assumption the governor is going to sign that bill or let it become law one way or the other, that Ms. Perez is going to get a letter that says we've inspected your property and it appears as though somebody else is unlawfully using it and you need to do something about that. So I think perhaps we'll get you where you want to be. And then it's up to Ms. Perez to decide what action she wants to take.
Is that Bill 334?
Yes.
The cloud bill? So my question is that's a fractional lot, right? Because it's a cliff line? Right, the rectangular shape line, that's the leased property, or that's the property that's leased to Mrs. Perez?
The upper portion of
Ms.
the-
Perez, correct. But I don't think it's.
But all those lots are fractional on the cliff line.
I don't know if that's the correct designation.
Okay, or you see the top line, parallel line? That's down at the reef, right? So that's a submerged land.
Well, your cliff is going down further down, so you only got the upper portion, which is less than 100 feet out from the cliff.
I mean, you own the land on the dry side of the high water mark.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me see if that's the high water mark where the waves are breaking.
No, that's the reef.
So isn't that the submerged land?
No.
I mean, you know, my point is that it's a fractional, I mean, where's the lease? I mean, what started the lease?
That
Then
lease there,
You know, it's a Bucart Trail, you were saying?
no, that, when you're talking about fractional lot where those homes are, that subdivision was created through the Parisville subdivision.
Understand?
And then behind it, where the cliffside is CHamoru Land Trust property. And it's identified as, I forget what lot number that it was.
Yeah.
And from
What's the
the,
lease?
so the story to that, when Ms. Kelly came in sometime 2019, she had just purchased that property at that house with existing encroachment.
Understand, but let's go back to the lease on the original.
Ms. Perez.
Ms.
Paris.
Right.
Yeah, so 2013, she was awarded the lease
And the
for
area
99
is,
years.
what's the area? About half a
About
million?
1,600 square meters, and according to discussion with Ms. Kelly, but I need to see that document that they have permission to occupy that encroachment part where Paris is leasing. And I've yet received that
Well, like
document.
the attorney was saying, right, that 334 is going to address those kind of clauses on the original lease.
Eventually, we're gonna have to conduct the site inspection.
Right, yeah. So how far down does this line go? How many more lots
All the way, I think,
to the hospital?
to the hospital.
To the, you know where the last house to the right, that's where it stops.
So there's more property on the top side of the cliff than this?
Correct.
Okay.
But there's still 3 or 4 more.
So we like to see that before we
And
make
it looks like several more encroachments.
Yeah, they're all
Correct,
encroaching.
yes, everybody's encroaching.
That's correct.
Yeah, because remember the transaction on the Two Lovers Point? I mean, that could be Two Lovers Point. It may look cheap, but the value of Two Lovers Point was like $5 million just for the jump and the tip. So we can take that parallel. What was that?
The view side.
That's what I'm
So-
saying, right? So it may look, what's that, unvaluable to us,
What it is.
but if you look at Two Lovers Point, that's only a fractional lot that was from an original landowner that was sold for $5 million. Two Lovers Point. So this language of, oh, it's only a fraction here and there, well, that fraction is a piece of diamond right there. I mean, it will. Okay, I rest my case, Madam Chair.
Well, let's not forget that CLTC owns the fee simple only. Lou Paris owns the leasehold for the property. So any incursions into her property would be her responsibility if she wants to take action against it or not.
What we'll do is we'll get the whole entire area to provide
Yeah.
the view of the whole entire lot. So, and
I think the concern there is that you wanna make sure that none of these are finally claim that they're encroaching into our property. And you don't want a bigger picture to come out and say, you know, what are we doing? I think we have to do a proactive approach and determine, you know, if Mrs. Paris owns, I don't know if she built a house or if she, what type of structure she has.
I believe the last lot on the right on your way to GMH is hers,
The one
which
with,
has a cement concrete wall.
oh, so the one's the emergency room in the back?
Correct, on the right side.
Because what can happen is either we negotiate or we fix it and give her a portion of the right lot and everything else becomes CLPC and then we pursue a certain action in that aspect. But I don't know until you see a clearer picture.
Okay. We'll gather more and provide a larger and more wide aerial photo so you can see where the lot starts and ends. But we just presented this to the board to see if the board wants to continue the support or if they have any other actions. But we'll gather more details and we'll try to get a copy of the letters that Ms. Paris had submitted.
This is Mrs. Dolores Paris,
I believe that's the
the
person.
owner of Southwood Point,
I believe,
the here of the Frank Paris.
I believe
No.
so. I'm not
Great.
sure, but.
Greg B. Paris is a daughter.
This is the daughter, I believe, yeah.
Do they have, so we haven't made any contacts with Mrs. Kelly?
We went there to do the site inspection about maybe 3 weeks ago, I believe, so those pink lots are the most current GPS points that
Did she make any motion that she's still interested in purchasing the property?
She had, what triggered this was that we got an email, we received an email from Speaker CHamoru regarding this matter. We wanted to go out and review all the information that was provided in the past.
That's one.
Well, I don't see how we can sell this property when the leasehold is owned by Mrs. Paris, Ms. Paris.
I believe there's a letter that Ms. Paris was supporting the sale, but like I said, we'll compile more data, we'll provide it, so.
So
the
this
board-
should be settled between the two parties. We should not be a part of that.
Only because it's in our inventory.
It's our inventory, we have to take action, it's, not only that, she has directly emailed Speaker Terai about it, and we now have to respond accordingly to her, and you didn't respond, right?
I did not respond yet. We wanted to do our own site visit and gather our own.
But as the executive director points out, you've got the same problem
Order it down.
multiple times, so let's fix the problem once for everybody.
And I think what you could possibly do, acting Cruz is maybe write a letter to, who's the one that sent an email out to Speaker Terai?
This is Kelly.
Mrs. Kelly, and just let her know that, you know, we thank you for your concerns. Unfortunately, we didn't, you're still looking at it, you get back to her, because I think she said 2 months has gone by and we haven't responded to her concerns, so, you know, to avoid any of those type of situations, it's best that we just send that letter out, let her know that we're looking through it, and we'll get back to you in a timely manner, so that our speaker don't continue to get notices and we're not aware of it.
We do our best to respond in a timely manner, but nonetheless, we try to do physical inspections just so that
Yeah.
things might have changed. So,
Okay. Number 7, Mr. Chairman.
Are we
oh, wait,
tabling?
we didn't vote to table.
Are we tabling it, or?
Oh, you're gonna do the,
We'll gather more information. We will locate the letter that was issued by Ms. Perez. We'll provide a more complete aerial photos so that you guys see how many lots are affected.
Maybe just send her a letter.
And respond to Ms. Kelly and Ms. Speaker. So the board wishes to table, do one, do motion, okay?
we are, yeah, make a motion.
Madam Chair, I'd like to request that in regards to resolution number 2019-05, declaration of support of sale for portions of lot 5174, Rem 1, to Nicole Camacho Reyes Kelly, that we put it on hold until our next regular board meeting, allowing our administrator to do further research.
Shall we,
I second the motion, Madam Chair.
all in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. You have the-
One constituent.
The public comment just left that earlier. Mr. Antoine.
So we have one more, come on.
I have one constituent matter, today, or, well, one, but with 2 cases. This is in regards to Antonio Castro Camacho. He's now deceased, and the wife, living here, is here, and the son. And if you'd like to sit up in the front, to me.
Kind of bored. Actually, my daughter's supposed to kind of talk to you guys small about it because she's been handling it. But she's off island right now, and I think she fell asleep. So,
Can you just state your name?
oh, I'm sorry.
I
Mother
will
Camacho
present the case.
and my son Antonio.
Antonio Camacho, son of Antonio Castro Camacho.
And I'm sorry,
Your first name?
Martha?
So, they're both here today. Mr. Antonio Castro Camacho, who is deceased, has a residential lease, and he's also an agriculture applicant. So we want to address both of them by first addressing his residential lease. So this afternoon, just a matter issue is regarding Mr. Antonio Castro Camacho, who is deceased, who has a residential lease located at Lot 9, Block 1, Tract 14119, Manila. And we have the aerial view there for your viewing there, where the arrow's pointing at. If you're familiarized, the road in front there is Carnation Avenue. And then we head toward the intersection of Route 15. They've been occupied there, if I'm not mistaken, since 2013 or 12 or 13?
24.
Okay.
I have that.
So the request today is to transfer Mr. Camacho's residential lease to Mary Lou Camacho, who is the named successor to Antonio Castro Camacho. This is permitted under 75A109, successors to leases and applicant. So if you look at the facts, Mr. Antonio Castro Camacho, who is the original applicant, his date and time is December 2nd, 1995 at 8 o'clock a.m. He's one of the first applicant that stood in line on the first day. And his application number is 1.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he's one of our priority. And also, the date that was issued to Mr. The award issue was dated January 23rd, 1997. That's when it was issued to him. So, in summary, Mary Lou Camacho, named successor, who requests to take over her father, Antonio Castro Camacho, residential lease located at Lot 9, Block 1, Track 14119, Minilao. Mary Lou Camacho is eligible beneficiary pursuant to 21 GCA, Chapter 75A, subsection 75A 101.2, verification of eligible beneficiaries. So the daughter Mary Lou, like I mentioned, she's named the successor to take over her dad's lease, and she's requesting that the board approve her as a successor to her dad's lease. Well, or they transfer the lease to Mary Lou.
How is it that we have one person holding 2 leases?
The one I'm talking about right now is the residential lease. The dad, Antonio Camacho, has a residential lease. The other one is a resident agricultural application. It's only in an application stage.
Okay, so the lease is not an issue.
Right, no lease issue, right. So the first one we're trying to take care of is to transfer his lease to his daughter.
Who is the beneficiary?
Right, yes.
Who has been vetted as a eligible beneficiary. We went through the whole process to ensure that she's an eligible beneficiary.
And the new criteria?
She does qualify the new criteria.
Okay. So that's the property there on the right side with the red borderline?
No, the
Or
one,
the one that's shaded?
right, the one on the right side is the Ravon,
Oh, which Ravon?
the one that we were talking about.
Oh, so, okay, now.
Yeah. So, there's the one that's highlighted red, that's it's,
Now, that's Carnation.
yes,
And
Nation
that's,
Avenue.
and the house on the right side?
I come in a right across the street.
Schools on the left.
I see. So you see the red line with the buffer zone? I mean, it has nothing to do with the transferring, right? The transferring is not a problem, but
Yeah.
see that what goes in and then the buffer between Carnation and subdivisions?
Right.
Right there, it's about 20-25 feet. Red, oh yeah, it goes parallel from to the right.
That's a driveway. It's only a driveway, a
Understand.
paved driveway, and they just paint it out.
No, yeah, but if that's CLTC property, and you mentioned that they're all compliant, right?
Which one?
The house and everything. So you vetted everything here.
In terms of her qualification, correct.
Okay. Yeah.
Now, are they, the red line is,
That's another constituent.
That's
So
Ravon.
which
So that's right.
which one are we
The
working
red
on?
line
'Cause
here
it's-
is the subject lot.
Okay,
and
so-
this one here is the.
Right, so the red line is where we're focusing on right now,
Yes.
which is your outline of the panhandle itself.
I see.
Yeah, it's flag lot, yeah.
So that's
It's a flag
Ravon,
lot.
Yeah.
Ravon on the right side.
Correct.
So what you have here is a concern of, if that red line is in there and you see that driveway's outside, then that's government property? That they're,
Oh, the buffer zone.
Now, that one, if I'm not mistaken, it's 100-foot right of way. I'm not sure if there's a buffer there, but it's a 100-foot right of way. from Route 15 connecting to Route 1.
Just verifying, because any subdivision, right, over 5, on the main road shall have buffer zone. So the access for these properties are on this,
In the inside.
right,
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
And remember, this is the one that we had an issue, the septic sewer line,
Yes, yes.
right, with the quarter acre, that should be half an acre, but then we're, 334 is gonna address that, right? But, and then we still gotta resolve the access from the buffer.
Yes, yes. So, the access from the buffer, will go back because, like you mentioned, I don't think it's allowed. Your real access is from the inside.
Yeah, because that's a flag law.
Yeah.
The
So,
flag,
and
the
then,
flagpole is the access.
Today, the board can decide to take conditional approval pending recertification,
Yes.
subject to us making sure that the encroachment that it shows where the roof is encroaching into the buffer, we're gonna have to determine whether there's an encroachment, and if there is, you're gonna have to break it down.
And remember the
You
other
want to be
issue,
within the boundaries of government,
You're gonna have to meet the setback requirements.
the 8, 10, 10.
There's all kinds of things you have to
16.
comply with, so you can see to the left of your house already, there's gonna be an issue because you're violating the setback requirements.
It's 8 feet.
It's 8 feet
setback.
on the
The
side.
front is 15 feet.
So what I know is, when we send the one right above us, they approached our property, where they got too close to the boundary line. So they told my dad was saying that, so they gave us, they cut off the road, they gave them that percent that part, and then they made our land go further out towards
It's
the,
this way, and this way.
towards the road, so.
Extend it more.
So,
This,
Well, I know.
this imagery
way.
could be, there could be a
Goes
map
this
that,
way.
that supersedes this imagery,
Yeah.
but we just need to verify. But nonetheless,
I
just
think they
looking
have.
at your house,
Yeah, I think they have.
Yes.
Right, yeah.
so,
So they made it this way.
what could happen, what could be done is that you do a mutation of the property markers, and that would basically determine where exactly the property line is situated. Since already you have a survey done, right?
Yes.
This
She
is
has
what
some.
yeah.
So the survey is
There could be a
done, so
retracement of that.
retracement of property lines can be done.
But just remember that this imagery has like a 10 feet, give or take.
yeah.
But nonetheless, like I mentioned earlier, the board can do a conditional approval pending certifications that everything is in order. And that's just a site inspection we're gonna have to conduct again. Because nonetheless, your side of the street, we still have to inform of the pending GWA project, which they're gonna install sewer lines in the area. So,
Okay.
So, like, May mentioned that there is a survey that was done not too long ago, and that we paid for that survey services. And I believe it doesn't include what you see right now in the panhandle. So if it could be shifted to adjust the encroachment on the left side, we're gonna have to verify that by,
So if I can make a recommendation,
we have like an as-built here that actually shows right now the existing building, which it was shifted to the left where the setback
That's the
requirement. Yeah.
it's not an approved map.
It's not a map, but
Yes,
it is.
Commissioner Bernardo,
it is a true map.
Go ahead and
if
talk.
I may, a lot of the questions that are being addressed right now are based on information that we're asking not being presented for our review. Some of these information could have been readily available so we can make a determination of that. So in this case, you have a group map that wasn't, I mean, the questions were showing up here, and now we're knowing it's 10 feet here, boundary. A lot of that could be eliminated and provided on front so we can make a clear determination and move forward. Hopefully in the near future, we can get more clear documents. Because right now, we have information, but we're still digesting this information coming to us and making a determination, like you said, conditional approval. Based on this, we could have came in with a proper notification, say, okay, we looked at it, the map shows this, however, it does show encroachment, but it's not an encroachment, whatever it may be. Just so that it's clear for each of us, the commissioners, to look at, and we can make a quicker decisions. That's just a recommendation moving forward so that it's moves the timeframe forward.
Understood.
Okay, so this is to transfer, right? The successor.
It's to transfer to the main successor. like I said, if you guys choose to give an approval, it can be a conditional approval.
Or we can see whether your map,
Correct.
Yeah, we're gonna consider that the aerial that we're looking at is not an accurate, like Mr. Cruz said. It's just only for our tool that we use as a guidance to verify the errors of the lot identified. As far as the accuracy, it could be a plus or minus 4 feet, 5 feet, 10 feet. We don't know the accuracy of that. Because this is, on that one there, so it's just a tool that we use for our guidance until, but what's on the survey map is what we're gonna use to identify if there is a possible encroachment.
But this one's just, it's a name change, right?
Well,
From the original to
Right,
the successor?
it's transferred from father,
Yeah, to
Antonio
the
to
son.
daughter,
I think,
to,
Name Antonio Bauer.
Antonio, they're looking at the ag.
The lease.
so I think the concern here is one, to make a clear determination on the successor based on information provided. Because no intent of creating a checklist here is to provide more information for the commissioners to make that determination. And when we start basing ourselves on what was presented to us in front, it costs, answering all the questions were not answered. So in order to make a clear determination, this checklist should have been more clear upfront. We're supporting the applicants because that's the whole intent of why we're here, is to make sure that we're not getting more issues moving forward. And that's why we have all these laws that came into play to make sure that we're not going back, we're moving forward and correcting all these things moving forward. So with that said, I would like to make a motion to table this until we get more information. Because there's some concerns here in terms of whether it be, once you transfer to the successor, then the successor will have to basically work in getting all the necessary information. And there's a lot of unanswered questions right now at this point, so I'll leave it to the board to make that determination. For the commissioners.
I second.
all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carried, there's three.
Okay.
Okay, so the other one that, we wanna discuss today, Mr. Antonio Camacho, who is also, had applied for agriculture, who is on an applicant stage, there's no lease involved. So the request today to the board is to name Antonio Bauer Camacho successor to Antonio Castro Camacho's agricultural lease application. And transfer Antonio Castro Camacho's agriculture application to Antonio Bauer Camacho, which is his son.
Okay.
He wants to transfer his application rights to his son. And the issue is that the widow of Antonio Castro Camacho was named the successor to the agriculture application, Margaret B. Camacho, just right here, sitting here. And again, Antonio Castro Camacho is deceased. So to summarize this, Antonio Castro Camacho is deceased and named successor Margaret B. Camacho. Margaret Camacho requests to relinquish her successor claim to her son Antonio Bauer Camacho. Antonio Bauer Camacho is now requesting to be named successor to the agriculture application, and this is permitted pursuant to 21 GC Chapter 75A, subsection 75A 109, successor to leases and applicants. So the new law that was passed, this is permissible, and Mr. Antonio Bauer Camacho is a qualified applicant based on the documents submitted.
So this is at the application stage?
Application stage.
With the information you just presented,
Yes.
knowing that Mr. Camacho has two, an agricultural lease and a residential lease. Both have.
Agriculture application.
Application, excuse me, and a residential lease. Based on the current law, one would be voided, in terms of, because you can't have two leases at the same time, they're the same name, right?
You can have one application for residential, you could also have another application for ag.
What the law does not allow is when people marry and they have leases, they can only retain one, they have to transfer or cancel the other.
Right, so now we're in that question I'm gonna pose is, if Mr. Camacho and Margaret, Margaret, is the widow, are they married? And in terms of that, because you have an agricultural applicant,
So,
where does that fall into our laws?
Our laws allows us to apply for both ag and residential, but you cannot apply for two residential, you can't. So, so this is where we are today, whereas Mr. Camacho has a lease for a residential, and by law is also allowed to apply for ag. And the ag right now is only in an application stage, and which is date and time is not up. And today, we're just asking the board to approve him as a successor to his father's application. And when the date and time comes up, then we can offer him, a lease until the date and time is up. I believe his date and time of application for agriculture would be applied January 24, 1996 at 11:10 a.m. So he's still in the, in the waiting list until we complete 95 applicants, then we'll move to 1996. So the law does allow us, CHamoru Land Trust, to apply for both ag and residential, for farming and residential.
Attorney Miller, can you
So-
expand on that?
So before you expand, if I may just have a good understanding of this. Antonio Castro passed away, named the successor of Margaret, based on his agricultural application, right? So she was named the successor of agriculture. What's coming in right now is who is asking for the successor? Anthony? Mr. Camacho? Because here it says Mr. Camacho, Anthony Bauer Camacho, successor to Anthony Castro agricultural application, is requesting to transfer Antonio Camacho's agricultural application to Anthony Bauer Camacho. If you look at the issue, it says the widow of Antonio Castro Camacho was named the successor to the agricultural application, Margaret B. Camacho. Antonio Castro Camacho is deceased, so I'm trying to put the successors in interest into play, right? Because you got
so I
Camacho deceased, who then named Margaret as the
beneficiary.
beneficiary, but Margaret didn't name
So
Mr. Camacho, the son, as a successor.
Actually, they're both named and the successor, but mom is really pushing her successorship to her son.
Okay, so this is where we're at with this type of checklist, right? It's unclear again, right? Because now you're providing more information in terms of the leases, the checklist. I don't see saying that she wants to put the successor over to the son.
On the summary, it says that Margaret Camacho requests to relinquish her successor claim to her son,
Right.
which is Antonio Bauer Camacho.
Yeah, in the bottom itself.
So, if I'm not mistaken, Miss Margaret is relinquishing her claim to any successor rights to her husband's application and relinquishing it to her son.
So they both applied together on this agricultural.
No. The application only has one applicant, which is Mr. Antonio Camacho, who had passed, who I believe had named Miss Margaret, but now Miss Margaret, she's not coming in to to wanting to succeed the application. Rather, she wants to transfer it to her son.
So,
So,
to understand the successors, because the new laws are changing, and we have to make sure that we're abiding by these new laws that come into place. So by me coming in as the new board member, I'm reading the law, but understanding the process itself, because I want to make sure that we're in compliance with the law itself.
so I guess the request is for to grant the succession to Mr. Antonio Bauer Camacho.
So that's the motion, right, to transfer Antonio Camacho's Agriculture Act
Right.
to Antonio Bauer.
Yeah. Can I say something real quick? Okay, let me just, so I guess.
This is
how
our
you're
staff
reading-
report.
So I guess how you're reading this, so the request is to name Antonio Bauer Camacho successor to Antonio Castro Camacho. Because prior to January 1st, 2021, you were able to name a successor. After January 1st, 2021, they didn't put that in the GAR, right? 18 GARs, Chapter 6A. You could not name a successor to an application until recently, which the law just passed in April, to name a successor to an application. So now, what he's asking is to be named successor to Antonio Castro Camacho's agriculture application. That is what he's doing, because only the board can make that decision. Not the director, but the board. So I guess, I don't know if, how it was written, is that what you're confused? But it's just requesting to name him, Antonio Bauer Camacho, successor to Antonio Castro Camacho's agriculture application. And then transfer the application rights to Mr. Antonio Bauer Camacho. And then the law on the, well, I guess the law was, I didn't put down here in the law,
18 bar.
but it's only because
But I did mention
only
that.
the law of, only the board can, only you commissioners are allowed to name a successor. So that's the, I'm sorry, but I just wanted to clarify that. So, I guess I can write it a different way, maybe the comma, made it confusing, but it's asking to name him. So that's what we're asking the board. That's what Mr. Camacho is asking of the board, to be named successor to his dad's agriculture application. That's what he's asking.
Okay, so, George, I want to go into the two checklists. Preoccupied, numbers 8. Correct me if I'm wrong, we're looking at two different lots, right? Or the same lots?
It's the same.
Different lots.
It's the same.
So you have an agricultural lot and you have a
So,
residential,
so
an
the,
agricultural potential applicant
It's the
and
same lot.
and a residential lease. So what's confusing is you have 8 saying the same thing to me, which now, again, we go to the checklist.
so what it is on the application, it just asks a straightforward question. Do you reside or farm on government land? So, and of course, if you apply for both programs, you're gonna put yes and put the lot number. Because you're not lying, you are farming and you are staying on that specific lot. Our application doesn't delineate or doesn't categorize whether you're staying on government land for a farm or whether you're staying on government land to reside on. But it's a really straightforward question, whether do you reside or farm on government land. So I believe that's why the lot numbers are correct, are the same.
So that's the explanation for that site, preoccupied.
Yeah, so if you were there before July 12, 1995, whether through an LUP or you can provide a merit certification that you were residing, farming, occupying that specific lot, you will be considered a preoccupier based on that criteria.
But
This is confusing.
but the agriculture applicant says none, because you're not an LUP, but you're preoccupied, yes. In the residential lease, it says, my preoccupied is this, but I'm not on land use, so what you just clarified is, I'm confused.
I understand though.
Oh,
The preoccupancy could have been through another program, not necessarily the land use program. There's the Department of Agriculture Long-Term Farming Program. There's just some people who were there before July 12, 95 as a squatter, not through necessarily a government program, but registered with the mayor's office. And they can provide a mayor certification that they're a resident of that specific lot. I understand how it may cause some confusion, but again, the information on this.
we can work on creating more, on the checklist itself, and we can work on that later. But I think the concern is whether we want to grant as commissioners grant the successor from Mr. Camacho's agricultural application to the son, Antonio Bauer Camacho.
So there's no designated property for the application?
No, it's just an application itself, and
They haven't given him.
from my understanding, from what I just gathered, is that Mr. Anthony Difuntu Castro Camacho basically had two applications. We got the residential lease approved, signing, he made all the requirements, followed it. And that's a separate issue where we'll decide in terms of getting more documentation from Acting Director Cruz. On the other side, it's the agricultural application where he applied. From there, my apologies to sorry that he passed away. And now that we're trying to get that information to move it based on the current law, is provide a successor for that application itself. But you're still within that waiting line period based on the law itself, right?
Mhm.
So
So we need a motion.
I make a motion to grant Mr. Camacho, Difuntu Antonio Castro Camacho, Antonio Bauer Camacho, the son of Difuntu Antonio Castro Camacho, for him to be, the son being the successor of this application, agriculture application.
Need a second.
Point of, just so you know, this Camacho is CAMC.
That's
spelling, yeah.
error.
That's an error, yeah.
Typo.
Need a second.
Can I second the motion, Madam Chair?
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carried.
If I may, since I know we just got Mr. Camacho, just for full disclosure, in the event there is some type of anomaly with Mr. Camacho's lease property that, where his residential structure is, we're gonna bump into some issues authorizing somebody to go in there, whether it's to tear down something or anything to that matter, because Mr. Camacho is deceased. So for example, if Mr. Camacho's house is encroaching into the buffer zone, it's determined, who are we going to issue the letter to
Without.
Well, you have a successor, right?
when you,
But we didn't approve.
No, we didn't approve yet. No, we didn't approve this yet, only because we needed clarification on getting the information to determine where we
Let's
stood.
find out the determination
Once-
whether there is an encroachment, and then we'll go from there.
I just want to.
Because we can move and bring a successor, but we're still gotta go and deal with the encroachment issue.
Understood.
Whether you're violating on the setback
There,
violation of the
there
neighbors.
will be a condition.
Yeah, but I just wanted to disclose that, so in the event that, there is some type of, issue that should arise, right? Because like I mentioned, GWA, the project will start in 2025. We anticipate that
It
just
may
by
affect-
the visual, your house may be in the way of running the sewer line, so, yeah.
The front part,
the back side, because really the front is from the other.
Oh, yeah, you're right, yeah.
You shouldn't be accessing
From the
the,
back side.
you're not supposed to be accessing the buffer strip as you drive.
The panhandle from the entrance to the panhandle.
You should be coming
The
from.
entrance is actually moved, the Lucent owns that land.
Yeah,
They
yeah.
cut our driveway, they made our driveway.
Yeah, something happened there that because they complained about the driveway and there were some,
So the new map that,
Okay, there you
that Mr. Mayor, did remove the flag lot.
yeah,
So the access is coming from Carnation Avenue.
Okay, so then that's another concern itself, right? Is on our map, based on what we gave as a COTC's land, how was that map provided that now you're taking away a portion of our Buckwan property?
We need to go back and review, this map, because the map's title is a boundary survey map.
Yes,
It's not a,
It's not an actual
it's not
property
it's just
service.
to identify the points, right?
right.
Now, whether your easement was removed properly or not, based on this drawing, we have to determine that. But nonetheless, if it's not, then you're still gonna have to access through that.
So we're gonna, I have a question, so if we have to go to the back, I mean, the other way in, so Manabu's already claimed that area, so we're gonna have some issue with
We'll
them,
work through
But,
that.
I mean, in case.
Once acting director and his, once they do their review,
Oh, okay.
then they'll bring it up and we can make a more determination, because right now, based on what you're saying, we have concerns of Manabu saying that you can't have property or it was cut in half, or wasn't given.
So this map didn't run through the map check grid process to BLM. But nonetheless, it was signed by a surveyor, the director, and the lessee.
Right.
But let us review it because
Okay.
there may be an issue of you accessing from the buffer from Carnation Avenue, which I know that is not allowed. But nonetheless, we'll communicate with you and we'll try to resolve this and bring it back by next month. Hopefully we
By
can.
next month?
Yeah,
So-
we'll do our best.
To answer Mr. Cruz's statement, a buffer strip is when it's created, it's, the purpose for a buffer strip is reduction of noise pollution. And there's either 60 or 75 or 10 or 20-foot buffer strips that is required for subdivision. Buffer strips are not used for access to private property or government property. That's why we created a flag lot in the back, because that is the egress of the said property. But buffer strip, it is not as an egress to one's property. I know, because I came from rights of way. That's my job, to make sure buffer strips are not accessible to private or government property.
And for traffic safety also, on the main,
Yeah.
especially on the main. So we make the motion,
To recess.
Ken,
Oh, recess.
before we do, they've already worked on the logo. So we'll pass it out and, you guys, because this is important to upload on our website.
You've made it as far as you're gonna make it today.
Here we go. So, I asked also Joanna if there's a copyright protection. She said, no, I don't know where she got it.
I don't know, I'll give that to Attorney Miller to decide, because
The middle one,
you're,
it's more like Sonahi.
So the board, would like to,
Vote.
we
The
can
middle.
number it as you're looking, 1, 2, 3, so
The
whichever.
middle looks more like clamshell. The one on the left is more like
So number 1?
a stone.
So which
The
one?
third one doesn't look it.
So we move it?
So motion.
Center.
I think you should, I mean, you should make the floor land trust a little bit bigger too, because your font's too small.
Okay, we can increase it.
But for me, I like the plain and simple.
No tsunami.
Okay, so vote, no Sinahi, middle Sinahi,
Somebody needs to make a motion.
I want someone to make a motion on the middle.
I want someone to make a motion.
Don't go wrong.
Is that a hint?
Earl, one more. Earl,
Come on, buddies.
Trust me, you don't want me to make the
All
motion,
right,
but now
I'll
we're straight
humor you.
Yeah.
I move to accept the middle presentation for our logo, our seal.
for the middle,
Yeah.
I make a motion that no logo, no Sinahi.
Tanano.
Now,
I second that motion.
you second Commissioner Herrera's motion.
Yes, I
No
second
Sinahi.
Commissioner Herrera motion with the understanding that CHamoru Land Trust be increased, the funds be increased just a little bit,
Wait,
too small.
my motion was on the table.
Oh, sorry.
So I guess you guys vote on Commissioner
My
Garrido's
motion
motion.
first.
Well, but Commissioner Garrido's motion needs a second.
But if nobody said, how long do you wait for a second or not?
Can you make a second?
Cannot. So I guess the second motion would supersede the first motion?
You're taking the CHamoru identity away.
So I guess.
Okay.
Or we could table this and we could all ponder it for a
Also
while.
give the motion
So,
for the middle. I was pro Sanahi, that's why I brought it up.
Okay.
So you got the approval of no Sinai, increased your, all in favor?
Well, I think Commissioner Herrera second Commissioner Garrido's motion. Is that correct, Commissioner Herrera?
One more time.
Did you second Commissioner Garrido's motion?
Finally, yes. It was.
All
I
in
want no
favor,
Sinahi, but.
say aye.
I didn't want to go on.
Can we repeat,
Nay.
what's the motion for again, because there's a, is it for the middle?
Oh,
The
the middle.
Middle with larger font size for
Yeah.
CHamoru Land Trust Commission.
Okay.
So that
Also-
means you're gonna just have to make your fonts and the commissioning of it.
And the spelling, just for typo. On the seal, it's Morro, and then on the other, it's Moru. I'm okay, I'm
I think
fine.
in order to touch the sill, we have to get clearance.
I think so.
The sill is under the custody of the Lieutenant Governor of Guam, so
Yeah.
No, you can't touch it.
there's no.
It's already been set.
I'm good.
Why they didn't update it, I don't know, but.
Well, all in favor, say aye. Aye.
Nay.
So we're recessed now, right?
We're recessed now.
Oh, yeah, we're in
The
recess.
spelling is a law.
Until the 28th.
I don't know.
Wait a
Oh.
minute.
I need a
We
motion
need
to
a motion to
go
go to recess.
on recess.
At what time on the 20th?
It's a law.
1 o'clock.
What?
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion for the 28th of November,
October.
Recess until,
at 1300 or 1 o'clock in the
1 o'clock.
afternoon,
Yeah, recess.
recess.
Yeah.
second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye, thank you
Okay,
all.
I know
Thank you all for your
we're
hard
so we're only discussing the 179-13.